Good morning, everyone. Good to see everyone here today. I would like to call the meeting of County Council for Wednesday, November the 25th, 2020 to order, please. And my goodness, it's a long day already. I will I'll ask you to stand for a moment of silent reflection, please. Please be seated. And no, I'm not taking a stroke. I don't know what that was, but just in case anybody's thinking it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, roll call, Mr. Morrow, please.
Volume. Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Emo.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hunt.
Present.
Councillor Keller.
Here.
Councillor Love.
Present.
Councillor Lynch.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Peckett.
Present.
Councillor Rigger.
Present.
Councillor Robinson. Warden Robinson. Sorry, ma'am. Councillor Sweet.
Present.
And Councillor TJ.
Here.
Thank you, Warden. Roll call has been taken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder for adoption of the minutes of the October 28th, 2020 County Council meeting, please. Councillor TJ and Councillor Emo. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. As we gather in chambers this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of our council and our community that we are meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. And we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Members of County Council. During the month of November, I attended 20 meetings on county business. I would like to begin today by publicly congratulating Michael Nolan, Chief of our Paramedic Service and Director of Emergency Services, on being honored with the Algonquin College Alumni of Distinction Community Services Award. Since joining the County of Renfrew 15 years ago, Chief Nolan has changed the delivery of paramedicine, providing diverse community services which are being emulated in numerous communities worldwide. On November 11th, it was my pleasure to lay a wreath on behalf of County Council at the Remembrance Day service held in the town of Petawawa. While it was a solemn occasion, the service was beautiful and moving. I was very pleased to have Mayor Bob Sweet alongside me, and as the consummate gentleman that he is, he made sure I was introduced to many, many people. I sincerely hope that I'm invited back to lay the wreath in 2021. My warden's address for the past 8 months has always included some reference to VTAC, and today will be no different. On November the 2nd, I participated in 2 VTAC-related meetings involving representatives from the county, as well as a number of individuals from the original committee that created VTAC. The topic was communication, as well as discussing the roles and responsibilities of each sector as we work towards sustainable funding for VTAC post-pandemic. On November 13th, I, along with our paramedic chief, Mike Noland, and Dr. Jonathan Fitzsimon, clinical lead for Renfrew County VTAC, made a presentation to the Roma Board of Directors on the importance of Renfrew County VTAC. We highlighted the positive impact it is having on the health and well-being of our residents, especially those without a family doctor. I want to thank Councillor Kim Love for arranging the delegation, and to Councillor Peter Emo, who is actively advocating for VTAC with his colleagues at Roma and AMO. The Roma board was extremely supportive. I have seen a preliminary program of the Roma's annual conference slated for January, and I am pleased to inform you that our county paramedics and VTAC are mentioned as a topic of one of the breakout sessions. I look forward to more detailed information on the conference and the presenters. On November 13th, I also attended the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus virtual meeting, where we discussed priority setting for 2021 and prepared our delegation for the Roma conference. With the topics will be long-term care, broadband and cell improvements, municipal recovery, and attainable and affordable housing. Last week, thanks to the very patient Michael Barber, I was able to do a video for our long-term care homes virtual coffee house fundraiser. I want to thank all the participants, from the excellent entertainers, including our MPP, John Yakubuski, whose rendition of Mac Beatty's rendition of Lake Dory Wallace was enjoyed and appreciated by many of us, to the caterers, our local business community, and all the people who purchased tickets and made bids during the silent auction. But most importantly, I want to recognize the efforts of Lainey Bolt Johnson, and of course, our Director of Long-Term Care, Shelley Sheedy, for their commitment to the residents of our 2 long-term care homes as we continue fundraising for the Butterfly Approach in support of residents with dementia. This is the last meeting of Council for the 2020 session, and I would like to take this opportunity to remind Council of the many achievements we have managed to make in spite of the fact that we're going through a global pandemic. The Service Delivery Review, the Service Delivery Improvement Project, keeping COVID at bay and protecting our most vulnerable residents in long-term care, significant expansion of our community paramedic program, responding to the economic needs of our business community through the Economic Development Task Force, important strides in the creation of a Made in Renfrew County official plan, the continuation of social services that ensures that when members of our community need assistance, we have the resources required to deliver timely, respectful, and non-judgmental support. We are evolving and learning to live with COVID-19. However, recent statistics are alarming. The number of positive cases in our county continues to rise, 131 as of yesterday. While that number may not seem significant when viewed in isolation, it is important to note that 1 month ago, that number was 89. 62 new cases in 30 days. We are moving in the wrong direction and doing so at a disturbing rate. As we move closer to the Christmas season, I urge everyone to please limit your contacts outside your bubble. Don't venture outside your community unless it's essential. Self-isolate if you're feeling unwell. And most importantly, stay up to date on the directives of public health. We've almost made it through 2020, and I want to offer my heartfelt thanks to each and every member of County Council for your support and perseverance. To the staff, especially the members of our senior leadership team who put this county and its residents first every single day. You are the best, and I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work with you this past year. 2020 will demand much of us, and I'm confident we are up to the challenge. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. We have 3 delegations today. The first one will be the presentation of the Warden's Community Service Awards. I want to welcome our guests. I'm going to turn it over to Director Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. In terms of an agenda on these, I'll run through a bit of a preamble. I'll ask Chair Sweet to offer up some letters of support for our for-profit businesses, and then the Warden will loop back and talk about the individual contributions of our volunteers. The Warden's Awards were created to recognize the individuals, businesses, and organizations that continue to make valuable contributions in our community. These contributions are not limited to providing employment and creating wealth. Individuals and businesses and organizations also make important decisions and take real action regarding their social responsibility. The Warden's Community Service Awards are designed to recognize and promote the social responsibility demonstrated by individuals and both for-profit and non-for-profit organizations that are making a difference each day in our community. The Selection Review Committee considered all nominees on the basis of criteria that showed how they contribute to County of Renfrew quality of life, to making the County of Renfrew a better place in which to live and work. This year's awards and recipients are of no exception. Mayor Sweet, I'll ask you to address the for-profit business award.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Warden, members of County Council, and of course our recipients this year. Thank you and good morning. The Warden's Award that recognizes a for-profit business goes to Charbonneau's Groceries in Calabogie of Greater Madawaska for their business leadership in a changing economic environment, demonstrating creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. Charbonneau has been a major part of the community for many, many years, whether as a fundraiser, supporter of local events, or an individual in need. They always go above and beyond. Amongst their many attributes, they are willing to continually support and promote municipal events. During the tornado of 2018, that left the Calabogie area without hydro, including Charbonneau's. The family and staff continued to provide the needed necessities to the community, all while stating that if someone did not have cash, to come back later when the debit machine was working again. In true Charbonneau fashion, they met the needs of the community once again during the COVID pandemic. They implemented the necessary personal protective equipment to ensure their staff and customers were safe. With locals not wanting to venture to nearby towns, Charbonneau's became busier and they did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, they kept their prices competitive and often obtained special items that they may not have carried. As letters of support suggest, over the years, the family has been and continues to be the first stop when fundraising for the community. The example of Charbonneau's has guided the formal and informal building of our community. Charbonneau's is not just a business in our community, they are what makes this community a great place to live, work, and play. Congratulations to Charbonneau's Grocery in Calabogie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and maybe Warden, it is virtual. I know you have the award there. You can actually show Ms. Charbonneau that we have the award and we will deliver it to her. And with that, I'll ask Ms. Charbonneau perhaps to respond.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Charbonneau, unfortunately, you're freezing up here. We're not hearing you.
Great honor for us. I'm for this much. It's really a great honor.
Very well deserved. Very well
Thank you.
deserved. And unfortunately, I would love to be able to be handing it to you myself today, but that's just not possible. But again, congratulations. Very, very well deserved.
Thank you.
So I will go on with the individual contributions to our community. We are awarding it this time to 2 individuals. The first of these recipients is Cameron Dubé of Beachburg, Whitewater Region. A graduate of Algonquin College in Pembroke, Cameron continues to contribute to the college as a faculty member and administrator. However, it is Cameron's contribution to volunteer efforts that made him stand out for this award. He really loves this area and takes his vision and makes it a reality with the support of his peers, colleagues, and members of his community. Cameron is very active in all weather conditions. For more than 15 years, he has maintained more than 50 kilometers of biking, hiking, walking, skiing, and snowshoeing trails in Whitewater Region Township. These trails are used extensively by county residents and visitors from all over Ontario, Quebec, and the northern United States. As a founder of BORCA, the Beachburg Off-Road Cycling Association, Cameron has led the coordination of events such as the Spring Chicken Race, the Fat and Frosty Bike Race, and the Wendigo Fat Bike Ultra Marathon. These 3 events alone bring hundreds of active participants into the region. Beyond BORCA, Cameron leads several other initiatives, including the Little Lakes Beach and Pavilion Project, the Lavalley Trails that are used by Beachburg Public School, and the Fall Trail Days and Cleanup Days across the township. His supporters are unwavering when they say, it is clear that Cam finds great meaning in giving back to his community and showing Canada and the world just how amazing Renfrew County is. Congratulations, Cameron. Would you like to say a few words, Cameron?
Thank you very much. I'm very honored, and good morning, everybody, and congratulations to the Charbonneau family. We live in a very special place with lots of potential on a snowy morning like this. And again, very honored, and I hope that everyone is safe and well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And again, it would have been my pleasure and honor to be able to present it to you personally. Unfortunately, again, that's not going to be the case here. Our second recipient is Dale Benoit Zor of Golden Lake, North Algona Wilberforce. Dale's compassion, determination, and concern for her community shine through her contributions to the greater community. During the spring flooding of 2017, Dale was one of the partners of Two Gals in a Truck, a team that assisted residents and families in need, supplying them with sandbagging and fundraising efforts, with all surplus funds going towards food hampers for the holiday season. She worked tirelessly to ensure that anyone who required food, clothing, or transportation would find assistance. Dale is dedicated to the people of the First Nation and works proudly with the volunteers from the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. During these pandemic times, she has devoted countless hours of her time, money, and resources towards establishing the Sharing Place Food Bank in Golden Lake. This food bank helps people in need in surrounding communities who are limited in income and resources due to the restrictions in place due to the pandemic. Those who work with Dale quickly realize that she is always seeking innovative ways to make sure her community is fed. She doesn't wait for people to come to her. She listens to her community. When she hears of a need, she seeks to meet it. Our sincere congratulations, Dale. Would you like to say a few words, Dale?
Good morning, Warden Robertson, mayors and reeves, and staff of Renfrew County. I am humbled at this award. Helping people, that's what I grew up with. That's one of my core values. So it's just natural for me. So thank you, Mayor Brose, and all who supported this application. And I look forward to serving our people in the future. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Well, you're very welcome. We're very, very proud of all of our recipients today. And I thank you very much for coming and participating. And please feel free to stay on and watch as much of County Council live streaming as you'd like. Thank you. Our second delegation is Joe McBerty, new president and CEO of CNL Laboratories. Very pleased to see Joe here today, although I've lost him on my screen. There he is. So Craig, would you like to do some introductions and just talk about how CNL is so important to the County of Renfrew and our residents?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Warden Robinson, and welcome to Mr. McBerty and to Pat Quinn, of course, who's on the line as well. As you know, we have engaged CNL for several years and decades on economic development strategies and coordinated efforts, from reverse trade shows and other efforts to get more collaboration between the private and the public industries that make up the Renfrew County. Of recent is a socioeconomic strategy that we're working on with CNL to determine the economic activity worth, if you will, of CNL to a greater community at large. So great partners, and happy to have them here, and welcome Joe and Pat.
Great, thank you, Craig. If everyone's ready, Warden Robinson, thank you, and councilors, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the council today. I do have a slide presentation, and Sean, I think you probably have the stick for that one, and I will just kind of go through that, and I'll ask Sean to move the slides as we go. First off, it's a great honor for me to be able to address the council today. This is my first opportunity since taking over as the president and CEO of CNL. I took over kind of right at the beginning of the pandemic, around the 1st of April, and it has been really quite a ride from a standpoint of being able to handle a global pandemic, continue to keep our people safe, the community safe, and also to continue to our mission and supporting not only the local area, the Canadian people, but globally as well. And I'd like to extend my congratulations to Cameron, Dale, and the Charbonneaus for outstanding public service. It really is, it's kind of the hallmark of what communities really are about. And if you don't have that strong community spirit, strong community volunteerism, then it's very tough to get anything done. And I think what we've seen over the last 8 months with the pandemic in particular has been very inspiring to me and to our staff, how much support that we have gotten from the local area and from the county and the folks in the area, whether they work for CNL or not. It's really been a pleasure. And this is my first experience, as some of you know, in Canada. I've spent most of my time in the United States doing other nuclear type stuff. So one of the things I wanted to kind of do, and I had the opportunity as Mark Lisinski was leaving and I was coming on prior to the pandemic in February, we had a chance to sit down with many of you, and I appreciate that opportunity to do that. That helped me bond, I think, somewhat. It's unfortunate the pandemic has kind of restricted our access in those areas, but I fully expect here sometime in the future, we will be able to get back together and do that. So the first slide I want to just kind of go over, I don't think there's any real news to most of you here, but just kind of as a background. And I want to kind of tie in a few things here because I'm going to talk about the overall big picture of CNL, where we stand with COVID, what we've done, where we're going from a strategic priority standpoint, and what we're doing not only from a laboratory and environmental management perspective, but also how we're actually trying to improve how we deliver business. And I think Craig's comments were actually kind of right on the mark, because as we go further into our future, the economic impact will continue to grow. So the slide here is fairly straightforward. We have about 3,300 folks across our company, and I think, as most folks know, it's not only here in Chalk and Deep River, it's also in the Port Hope area near Toronto, in Manitoba at our White Shell Laboratory site, and then at several other smaller sites that we have throughout the nation. We have about 2,700 employees here in the Chalk and Deep River area. And as you can see towards the bottom of the slide, our actual labor costs bring in almost $400 million to the local area, which is, I think, a pretty significant impact. And as Craig mentioned, there are a lot of knock-on impacts from that in services that are provided, services that are necessary just to support our employee base. But what I think is really important here is the last real large bullet on that slide, which talks about our supply chain activity. Now, and what does that mean? So what that really means is activity that we are contracting out in the local area. So Eastern Ontario, and that includes the Port Hope area, about $115 million annually. We expect that to continue to go up. And in Renfrew County alone, about $43 million annually. And that's for construction, local services, basic services that we cannot supply to ourselves. But more importantly, what it really is a reflection on the growth that this laboratory and this site are undergoing and are going to be going through for, I would say, at least the next decade. And so from a standpoint of economic impact and economic outlook, I think it's very, very good for us and for Renfrew County. And just as a sidelight on that, our contract with Atomic Energy of Canada Limited was extended back in the February-March timeframe, and that gives us a 10-year contract and really allows us to solidify some of the changes that we have made and puts us in a position to be able to execute the very robust and complex environmental remediation here at Chalk River, but also our rebuilding and reimagining of the Chalk River laboratories. So Sean, next slide if you could. Thanks. So COVID-19, everybody has been impacted by this. I would tell you, my wife and family are in Tennessee in the US. There's 3,000 cases a day in Tennessee. And I would say the precautions, the protocols that Canada has put into place, that the local Renfrew County health unit has really been key in here. Have really done, I think, a very good job in keeping the virus at bay, and hopefully keeping it at bay until we have some vaccine that's readily available for everyone. Well, we started looking at this way back in January of this past year. This is before it really started to make the news. We had seen, reports of concerns in China that might expand outward internationally. We activated our crisis management team in mid-March, and we went to reduced operations on our site about the same time. And what that means is it gave us an enhanced ability. And our CMT, which is a crisis management team, is still active today. We will continue that until we get to what we would call a new normal situation. But it allowed us to immediately assess where our risks were. How do we best protect our people? How do we best protect their families? And how do we protect the community? So we made some tough decisions on what do we do with work? What work do we suspend? What work do we stop? But what work do we continue on at the same time? We've been fortunate because we had actually invested a fair amount of money into increasing the robustness and the rigor of our own IT systems here at the site and out in the community in some respects. And it allowed us to have 2/3 of our people working remotely with very little reduction in productivity. And what we see and what we're going to see going into the future, and I'll touch on this in just a couple of minutes, is that will be the wave of the future. Probably not 2,000 folks having to work remotely, but actually a good percentage of our people working remotely. And what does that mean? That means that most people who work at CNL and even remotely are in the Renfrew County area. Very few are outside of the area. And it allows us to actually control our site better. It allows us to look at investment in a different way. And it allows us to look at the quality of life of facilities that our people are working in. And so it's really, I think there's a lot of bad things that have happened with this virus, but from a business perspective, it's actually given us some ideas on how to act and operate in a more efficient and effective manner. We put a whole host of safety measures into place, many of which are common across Canada. a little bit more for us from a standpoint of we had to get back to work in many areas. We had to make sure that we could put folks in safely into work areas and to minimize the spread of the virus. We did have a few cases at the site. All those folks have recovered, and we have not seen any more cases here in the last few weeks. So when that occurred, we had a very, I would say, rapid response that we had put into our protocols, which I think were really good. So Sean, next slide, please. Somehow, okay. Somehow we had a slide that doesn't seem to want to play very well, but let me just kind of talk a little bit about what we did on a national scale and from a local scale. In the support of our community, a lot of the stuff that we were able to do, we were able to get our folks to provide grassroots supports, utilizing the scientific and the engineering and the trades talent that we have here at CNL to do things. We provided a trailer donation to the Deep River and District Hospital. We did a room isolation monitor to the Pembroke Hospital. Thousands of pieces of personal protective equipment were donated. We manufactured face shields for local workers, and obviously we provided food delivery on the behalf of many folks. And the thing that was probably the most noteworthy from a national perspective, we at the very early stages were involved in what has become known as the MVM ventilator project. And the MVM ventilator project was a consortium of folks led by Nobel laureate Dr. Art McDonald, an alumnus of Chalk River, to be able to develop a simple but powerful ventilator that could be produced fairly quickly and transferred to hospitals and emergency rooms throughout the country. Over about a 2-month period, this ventilator, with assistance from other international folks and folks across the Canadian landscape, we were actually able to design it, engineer it, work all the bugs out of it, work the software, quality in it, which is actually a huge deal when it comes to any medical device, and actually get the government to procure 10,000 ventilators and get Health Canada approval, all in about a period of 3 to 4 months total, which is really unheard of for a medical device in normal times. And we worked very closely with Health Canada to be able to get this moving. So I would say that is really a mark of what this community, from a standpoint of innovation, imagination, and just dedication of the employees, to be able to provide to the nation and really to the world, because we think that these have the great potential to be exported outside of Canada to third world areas where ventilators are not necessarily available. So I'm going to finish there on the COVID-19. I'm going to go to the slide that Sean has up on the screen right now, which is really our strategic priorities. We have 8 strategic initiatives that CNL and AECL agreed to when we took over the contract in 2015. But we realized that we really have to focus and be able to communicate in some specific areas that really can get the message across to our local population, the national population, and frankly, the global population, to help grow our business, but also to help revitalize the laboratory. And those 3 initiatives you can see here on the screen. The first one is restore and protect the environment. I'll go into a little bit of the stuff that we're doing on the Chalk River site, but this is a huge program. It's about half of our budget every year in cleanup throughout our sites, not only here in Chalk River, but at Port Hope and also in White Shell Laboratories in Manitoba. The second one is this clean energy for today and tomorrow. So what does that mean? It really does mean our reactor programs today and that we support today, but also the SMRs of tomorrow. And the last is improve the health of Canadians. We have a long, rich history of radioisotope production. We believe we have the foundation and the expertise to take that to the next level. So Sean, next slide, please. So to get into a little bit more detail, for protecting the environment, we are, and I think this is lost on many folks because they may not see it. We are conducting the largest and most complex environmental remediation in Canada, spanning 3 provinces. And so when you look at the work in Port Hope, we just capped a large, long-term waste management facility in the Port Granby area. And we are working very, diligently in the Port Hope area to, reduce and remediate that area. But here in Chalk River, and I'll talk about the NSDF and NPD in a minute, but here in Chalk River, we've actually taken down almost 100 structures across the site and remediated, probably, close to 1 million cubic meters of waste that we've been able to clear out, take down, and store, store temporarily before it's put into long-term storage. And this is every time we are able to take a building down or a structure down and remediate it, it reduces the hazard and it reduces the risk to the community and to the nation. And so it's really, really important. We have probably a total across our company of about 1,000 folks involved in our environmental remediation program. So really, really important. The second is the clean energy for today and tomorrow, and that is support of the CANDU and the light water reactor industry. And what does that mean? That means R&D to support the ongoing operations at all the Canadian reactor plants and the CANDU plants. It's PIE, or post-irradiation examination of fuel and materials in our hot cells, which is a core capability that CNL has had for years and will maintain and expand into the future. But it's also a lot of the other maintenance type work and R&D that we do for the CANDU industry. As we move into the future, as I think most folks are aware, we're looking at hosting a small modular reactor or a very small modular reactor at our Chalk River campus. We have just signed a project host agreement, which is one of the steps that has to occur with a company called Global First Power, which is a combination of OPG and a company called USNC to be able to build on our site. There's a lot of stuff that has to go. The process is still fairly early on, but it's advancing, and I think a lot of good support. We're also working very hard in our hydrogen sciences area, figure out how can we best use the expertise we have in hydrogen science, but also in tritium, in our tritium capabilities as we move forward. And the last part is improving the health of Canadians and radioisotopes. And it really, at this point in time, it comes down to this thing called targeted alpha therapy, which utilizes an isotope called actinium-225. It's called the rarest element on Earth in some respects, but it's also incredibly effective, at least in early trials, against various forms of cancer. And so this is a project that we are embarking on to be able to take our expertise that we have had over the years in radioisotopes and radiopharmaceuticals and move it into the future. So going to the next slide here, that's our big picture strategic things. What are we trying to do to improve our site, improve the quality of life for our folks on the site, and make it really the 21st century laboratory that people want to come to and really want to work at, and we can grow our science. So there's 4 major initiatives, and I'm not going to go into gory detail here, but the first is transform the physical workplace. You'll see that, you can see that when you have the opportunity to come out to our site, of the construction that's going on, but it's just not the construction that's going on. It's how we're using it, it's how we're going to access our site, how we're going to improve the visitor experience, the employee experience, and improve the employee and visitor quality of life, which we believe will, flow through to commercial and scientific partners. So we call it an open campus initiative to improve our access, kind of make us like a 21st century laboratory that we see across the world. and improve our building utilization. That ties directly to the next one, which we call enabling the modern workforce. And I touched briefly on this when I opened about the digitized workplace or remote work. You know, it's some people have an idea of remote work. It's, you know, you just sit in your office and you don't do anything else, but that's not really what remote work is. It's the ability to remote work when necessary, but also be able to come to the site in kind of a hybrid, manner. And that we believe is very important for the efficient and effective utilization of our facilities, and one, to save money, but also to improve our people's quality of life. We're undergoing human resources transformation in across the site with recruiting, diversity inclusion programs, and a performance management or talent management program. The next is realigning our organizational structure that's internal to us to be able to better deliver the mission, be able to better deliver not only our scientific mission, but our commercial mission as well, which will have knock-on benefits out into the town. And the last is we can do all this, but if we don't communicate it out to folks who care and matter, we're going to fail. So the strategic communications of getting us on the map, rebranding ourselves somewhat, and being able to broadcast what CNL is doing is really important. Okay, Sean, next slide. So if you had the opportunity to come to the site prior to COVID, you saw some construction going on, especially at our front gate. If you look at the top left picture on this slide, that's the culmination of that. That is our new logistics facility. We opened it several weeks ago with Parliamentary Secretary Paul Fave, and that, you know, in recognition of the wood and mass timber construction that we're using across our site. So that's the kind of the first real building of this new phase of CNL that's gone up. We've occupied that building, and it's now in full operation. And that's the first step of three, what we call conventional new buildings, which are not nuclear in grade. The second is what we call a support facility, which will bring into one location most of our trade shops, our machine shops, our support facilities for not only our scientific mission, but also our ERM mission. And the two photographs underneath that, one is the artist's rendering of what we call the business hub, which will be an office and collaboration space. So as we build our products, as we build our commercial portfolio, this will now allow us to have a hub and a collaboration area. The picture on the left is where we were a couple of weeks ago. That's a hole. It's pretty obvious that it doesn't look overly attractive, but that's where, when you start putting the foundation in, that's where we're at. So that business hub, which is just to the right of the construction site, that's the foundation being laid, and that project is well underway. The photograph to the right is an artist's rendition of our what I would call our crown jewel, the facility which will really kind of revitalize us. It's what we call the Advanced Nuclear Materials Research Center, ANMRC in short. And it takes our old hot cells, which are 60 years old in many cases, and getting to the end of their useful life, puts it into a new building and allows us to have state-of-the-art nuclear science and state-of-the-art nuclear capabilities here on the on the Chalk River campus. So next slide. So I want to talk just a little bit about where we are with respect to our environmental remediation projects. I think most folks are aware of our major project that is been undergoing a review over the last couple of years, called the Near Surface Disposal Facility Project. It's a 37-hectare disposal facility for low-level radioactive waste, mostly kind of dirt and just regular, very low-level material that would be constructed on our site. This process, we have been working with the CNSC for a couple of years now. We have gotten all of our comments that have come from CNSC. We have submitted responses to those, and we are looking at today to be able to have the first hearings, CNC licensing hearings for this facility, probably around this time next year. That would be the first part. And then the second part of that hearing, that would be in Ottawa. The second part of that hearing for public input would be probably in the late winter of the following year. So it would probably be January, February 2022. So as you can see, this is a very large facility. It's not a whole lot different than what we have done and what we have been very successful on our waste management facilities in the Port Hope and the Port Granby areas. This is a well-known technology and accepted throughout most of the world. It's something that is key for us to be able to continue our reduction of risk, a reduction of hazards across the Chalk River campus. And we expect if we are successful in our hearings that we would begin construction of this in the early 2022. I take that back. The early 2022 timeframe. So if we take that back and look at the amount of construction for this, the amount of construction for our ANMRC and other facilities that we need to construct to continue our cleanup and advance our scientific mission, we're looking probably at a minimum of about $1 billion in construction over the next 5 to 10 years. And that has significant positive impact, economic impact on the local area, because this is construction work, and it will be a very, very busy place. I'll just tell you that right now. Sean, next slide, please. The other major environmental remediation project in the area is the nuclear power demonstration closure project, the NPD closure project, just north of Deep River. This is a site that has the old NPD reactor. A good portion of that reactor's surface support facilities have already been removed and cleaned out. The NPD in situ disposal proposal that we have, proposes to basically fill the remaining area with calandra and the vessel and the miles of piping inside the reactor structure with a specialized grout. This is a known and tested technology, and we've been working very hard to to answer questions on that from an environmental standpoint as well. This project is about 6 months behind the NSDF environmental assessment process with CNSC, but we expect that that's gonna go once we get the NSDF EIS resolved. So so I think that's it. So I would just kind of close here by saying the impact that CNL and Chalk River laboratories in particular have on the Renfrew County area is pretty significant. If you look at just the labor that we put into the area at nearly $400 million, and that knock-on effect, it's very important. And when we look at the future growth from a construction standpoint, but also a scientific standpoint, because we really believe that the value of these very small reactors across the nation, not necessarily on the grid, because the very small reactors are really kind of designed to be more standalone in the mining and ore industry in the northern communities. And that is really a vital, we think it's a vital piece to the climate change, solving that problem. But we also think that it's also a vital piece for the Canadian supply chain and economic prosperity. That, combined with where we'd like to go with our radiopharmaceuticals and radioisotope business, I think is set well to promote good economic growth in this area. And I'll just close by saying good economic growth is certainly wonderful and not what we want to do, but our commitment is that we are going to do it safely, not only for our people and the community, but we're also going to do it in an environmentally friendly and appropriate manner to take into account, all the environmental concerns that exist. Nuclear is a very, it's a touchy subject sometimes. I've been living it for 40 years. And it's something that has to be done carefully, and people's opinions need to be heard. So with that, Warden Robinson, I'm going to close, and I'll certainly open it up to questions if anyone has any. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's actually a true pleasure to hear from you today, and I'm trusting that since you came here in February, you found the residents and the community of Renfrew County to be warm and welcoming. So I'm hoping that has been the case. Certainly, we're involved, obviously, in an economic analysis of the impact that CNL has on our communities at large. I don't think that you could find any family that does not have a connection to CNL at this point in time. So it is absolutely invaluable, and for our business sector as well, because there's so many businesses that actually depend on CNL as well going forward. So thank you for this. I'm going to open it up to questions, and I'm sure there will be some, or certainly some comments anyway. So, Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Joe. It's good to see you again. Firstly, it's nice to see the progress with respect to the project host agreement with Global First Power. That's certainly an encouraging next step in that process. Secondly, I'd like to express our appreciation for CNL's continued community support with the partnership that has resulted in a warm COVID-19 test center in partnership at the Deep River Hospital, and thank you very much for that. Also, would like to thank CNL for their partnering with the County of Renfrew on the social, economic, environmental impact study, and just to add that the consultants that we have are looking forward to receiving the requested data from CNL. So thank you very much for being here once again, Joe.
Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Joe. Joe, just to not to echo what Glenn has said, but to add to what Glenn has said, thank you for being here, and very informative presentation. A couple of questions. You mentioned 2,000 of your staff are working off-site, so I'm wondering, has that been an easy transition or an additional cost? Because we recognize, and we've been very strong in advocating for better internet and broadband and cell service in the area. And has your company had to invest in smaller packets at home or in hubs for people that service 2 or 3 areas? I think those are the kinds of information that we would need. If you and your staff could present that to us at some point, we'd appreciate that. And secondly, the numbers 115 million and 43 million, is that 115 plus 43, or is 43 part of the 115?
So, Councillor, thank you very much for that question. I'll answer the second one first. 43 is part of the 115. And it's when you look at our global supply chain, that's spread throughout the entire country, and certainly there are international partners there as well. But that 43 is just in this area alone, in addition to our 380 or almost $400 million in salaries and benefits. And I probably just need to clarify, when we started out, we were at about 2,000 folks working remotely. We're probably down to about 1,200 now. That kind of goes up and down a little bit, just as we analyze the epidemiology of the virus and the conditions that are in the community and on our site. So that does go up and down a little bit. But I think you bring up a very pertinent and question with respect to connectivity and ability to work remotely. I would say that our productivity has not suffered. It's probably actually gone up in many cases in that case for that. But there are also some unintended consequences that you have to be careful of in remote working. And some of those are mental health consequences that, we're social animals. We're used to interacting with people, not only at work, but in our daily lives. And this has been, that's been something that we've tried to take into consideration quite a bit. And as we look to see how can we best find the kind of the sweet spot for, digitized working or on-site or, some sort of hybrid. We have a phased project to determine that, but also what we have really found is that there are a lot of folks who don't need to be here all the time, but they might have to come in one day a week just to go check on an experiment, to go check on something, to go see something. And what we've been able to do, to your other point on packets and questions and funding, we've actually provided assistance. We've either supplied assistance from a monetary standpoint or equipment to our people to be able to be connected. As I think all of us know, I'm in Deep River and I'm kind of on one of the outskirts, so the connectivity can be tough sometimes. And I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. So we have been working. We've been working with the base. We've been working with the major providers, Bell and Hydro One, and Cogeco, to figure out how can we help as a player in this to put our needs in there, and if there's money that we have to move around, how can we do that? Because from a company perspective, if I can get better productivity and better connectivity for my folks in the field, then that reduces my need to have people on the site, and it actually reduces my cost of operations on the site. Fewer buildings, fewer buildings that I have to heat, fewer buildings that I have to care for, and buildings that I can get people out of the old ones, put them into the new ones. So that kind of goes to that new construction project. But what we are working, I think, very closely with the local areas to improve connectivity, because it has a direct impact on us. And I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Emo.
Warden, thank you. Supplementary. And with the projects, the small reactors and the and AC 225, is it realistic for us to expect that as those projects move forward, there will be some ancillary spin-offs or actual physical facilities, either manufacturing or supporting? Is that realistic for us to expect, or should we be expecting something else to come from that? I guess I'm asking, is there going to be an imprint in the county that we can build towards?
So I think that's a really good question. I think that is our ultimate goal, that we could take some of these projects. I'll just talk the SMR in particular. To get an SMR here, the whole idea of the demonstration is to show that it can actually work, right? So can it work, not only make neutrons and power and heat, can it actually does it actually work on the grid? Can it produce heat and steam? Can it work closely in concert with wind power or solar power as a kind of a clean energy farm? So one of the projects or initiatives that we have is kind of a clean energy park, right? It's very, very early in its thought process, but that would be something that I could see gets spun off and gets put out in town somewhere. The actinium business, I'm not quite sure on that yet, because a lot of the stuff has to be, some of it's you don't need huge facilities, but it's actinium, as you're probably aware, it decays pretty darn fast. And so there may be opportunities for staging areas, transloading areas, things like that, which would be necessary to be able to get it from our site and distribute it out to the community. But those are still, that entire process is we are still kind of very much in the early phases, and it takes interface with us and standard radioisotope producers and folks who have done this for a long period of time. And because of the half-life of this, because it doesn't last very long and you have to get it to the patients quickly, I could certainly foresee some sort of logistics train at a minimum.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, sir.
Councillor Sweet, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you very much, Warden, and good morning, Joe. It's great to have you here and have an opportunity to talk to you. Let me just say that the numbers and the presentation that you made today, it certainly reinforces, certainly from my point of view, the support that we extended about 4 or 5 years ago at the hearings, etc., to support the go home model and the licensing going forward. So that is extremely refreshing, and it's also refreshing to see, because 4 or 5 years ago there was, to a certain extent, some doom and gloom, and there was going to be layoffs and all of that sort of stuff. So when I see these numbers in terms of employment, even in the local area, 2,700 and so forth, and growing, that is very encouraging for Renfrew County from an economic development point of view. The other one that for me, the capital investment that is being made into a national laboratory environment that you're putting up there in excess of $1 billion, that is a lot of money, and that is a huge economic impact for the whole of Renfrew County. And this is very, very encouraging going forward over the next 10 years. I'm assuming that it has some of its challenges as well in being able to get the necessary individuals, qualified individuals, to come on stream and to build the necessary capital projects that you're working with. I'm sure that is a bit of a challenge, as it would appear to be throughout certainly Ontario and even in Canada. So you've got your work cut out in trying to encourage that as well. Just on a last note, you mentioned that you've lived nuclear for 40 years. I have to say congratulations to the nuclear industry. You are the most scrutinized industry that I know of anywhere. If other major industries of energy were as scrutinized as the nuclear industry is, boy, I'll tell you, it would be a different environment as far as the oil patch and gasoline and wind power and all the rest of it. So it is an exciting presentation, and it's exciting to see this happening here in Renfrew County. Congratulations going forward.
Mayor, thank you very much. And I'll just add one comment on that. Your point on construction and qualified skilled labor, et cetera. We do worry about that somewhat, because we know there'll be some sort of stimulus, and there'll be the construction industry is going to be hard pressed to keep up in some respects. And I think, as most of you may know, the cost of commodities and construction in particular have really gone up. Even if you go to the store to buy some lumber, the cost of a 2x4 has gone up by at least twice. And so those are the things that we face as we try to deal inside government, with budgets and capacities to be able to make sure that we can continue these programs successfully. So thanks, sir. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Joe, for a fascinating presentation. Just that conversation on the actinium springs to mind that you mentioned the incredibly short half-life, and then compare that to the incredibly long half-life and decay of nuclear fuel. So that industry that you deal in is measured in both eons and moments. It is truly fascinating. Also picking up on what Councillor Sweet had mentioned, and I congratulate you on your 40 years just while this conversation was happening. We are 1 week now from the 78th anniversary of Enrico Fermi initiating the very first controlled chain reaction at the University of Chicago. So this is still a relatively young industry. And certainly also picking up on Councillor Sweet's comments with respect to the scrutiny, I won't raise certainly some of the more high profile incidents that have certainly affected the nuclear industry from its inception. But it is certainly what has drawn the scrutiny. And I think that has made clear the need to bring along the population, as you had acknowledged in your presentation, that the community must be brought along everywhere in this. But what I am fascinated at is in that relatively short lifespan, the interest and engagement with the nuclear industry has both waxed and waned. And at every turn, we seem to come full circle and recognize that we have not yet identified that energy source that does not have some yang to it and must be dealt with appropriately. So there's two things that particularly fascinate me with what's going on at Chalk River right now and Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. And of course, it is the small modular reactor and what that might mean for accessible energy to more remote places on this planet. But at the same time, I think in that 78 years, as is typical for much of the innovation that we humans are responsible for, we embrace it wholeheartedly, and then it is only after the fact that we begin to deal with some of the ancillary issues surrounding it. So also, I am very much enamored of the development and innovation with respect to cleaning up nuclear sites and the rehabilitation of nuclear sites. And I think that likewise is probably going to be a considerable growth opportunity in developing that expertise. Once again, that we're less than 80 years now of this industry, and this is an opportunity to develop a center of excellence, if you will, that is going to be there for the nuclear industry worldwide. So thank you very much for this, and certainly on behalf of the community, appreciation for being as transparent and open in as we move forward, in particular with the NPD and the NSDF. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would just add real quickly, you hit a very cogent point there with growing the industry, especially in decommissioning areas. And what we are looking at is honing our skills. We're going to gain a lot of skills, not only project skills, engineering, but actually hands-on skills of tearing things apart and cleaning them up and storing them or disposing of them properly. And when we look at the nuclear industry and the plants that we have, not only in Canada, but throughout the world, that gives us a potential great opportunity with what we have learned and the team that we're starting to build to take that opportunity and use it as almost an exportable commodity once we get our kind of backyard cleaned up. So thank you, sir.
Councillor Emo.
Thank you, Warden, and through you, Councillor Sweet reminded me of something, and I think it, we should restate it to Joe. When the GOCO model was introduced, your staff and our staff advised our chambers and educated our chambers, and through us, the community, about the importance of CNL, its contribution to the community, and also to Canada and internationally. We were able to work with a number of parties to assist in educating and moving forward. And I think, it's safe to say that we in the chambers and in the community are quite satisfied and happy with the result and the projected results. And to that, I think part of it was the trust. Most of it was the trust. We trust the people who work for your company. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're also our relatives, and they have the best interests of our community in mind as they go about their daily jobs to keep us safe and to contribute to the prosperity. And I think we need to send that message back to you that as you move forward, we are a very willing partner, whether in this chambers or in our other 17 chambers, but also in the community. And so as you move forward with your plans, and if there's a need for us to be more vocal and to assist in educating, I think all of us are willing to do that. And we certainly appreciate these updates, and hopefully that they can be annualized or once every 6 months or whatever. But just to state to you, I think that, we're ready to assist and move forward with you.
Well, sir, thank you very much. And I think you hit on a key point for us. It's sometimes the only thing that makes press is negative stuff, where people, or folks, with a different opinion than the proponents. Support from the communities, because everyone lives in this community, and I think it's really important that all voices are heard across the spectrum with respect to what we're trying to do. And at the end of the day, sometimes it does get lost on folks that we actually are cleaning things up and making things safer from an engineered perspective. And having grown up in the U.S. nuclear Navy life, the standards have to be high. The discipline has to be there, and you have to always look out for the environment. You do. You just got to do it.
And thank you, Councillor Emo, for those comments as well, because I think that's very important that, we all recognize the value that CNL has to our community, but also that our door, County Council, is open to support CNL moving forward. I know, there are staff certainly in the Economic Development Department. There's very good communication between your staff, Joe, and ours, and there's opportunities to grow there, and so we welcome that communication going forward. Are there any more comments from county councillors? Seeing none, Joe, again, thank you very much. Thank you, Pat. I see that you're here as well, for coming. And again, if you wish to come back again and update us, we'd be more than happy to hear from you. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and we'd love to come back, and I do want to thank Pat for who's been the maestro behind the scenes here. So thank you, Pat, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Warden.
You're very welcome. Have a good day and stay safe. So our third delegation is Strategy Corps, and I see Chris and Lauren here today. Welcome back, folks. Always nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
I'm going to assume that you're going to take over the screen.
Yes.
With your final report. So we're finally here. This is the day. So welcome.
Excellent, and thank you so much, Warden. It's really great to be back with Council to present the summary of our final report and our recommendations for the consideration of Council and senior administration. Lauren, if we can go to the first slide. First off, I do want to say how much our team has enjoyed working with the project team led by Paul, and also the work we've done with U.S. Council through a couple workshops on some of the opportunities that we've identified through the service delivery review. Overall, the organization's in excellent shape, and I think what we've been able to do in our work together is to provide you with a bit of a roadmap to continue to pursue your continuous improvement objectives, and to always seek ways to not only deliver better services and more efficient services for your residents, but also to be more collaborative across the county in terms of the local municipal partners in the county working together on solving some shared challenges and exploiting some shared opportunities as well. Just to remind Council kind of how we got to where we are today with the final report. We were hired earlier this year, and our work was supported through the municipal modernization funding that the county did receive from the Ontario Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And our process involved a number of approaches in order to really understand the current state of the organization, use that to identify improvement opportunities, and then to dive deeply into those improvement opportunities to work them up so that we could present to Council what those opportunities could look like and what the cost benefit of pursuing those opportunities would be. So that those approaches included interviews early with each member of Council and also engagement and interviews with the senior management team around that sit around the table with the county. We also reached out to all of your local municipalities and talked to your chief administrative officers to also get their perspective and understanding about the relationship with the county and where they saw opportunities for improvement at the county, and also maybe opportunities to further collaborate between the local municipalities and the county. We also undertook a series of workshops with staff within the organization to really understand the operations of the place, develop a comprehensive service profiles, and use that as the basis for informing where we thought the improvement opportunities were. We also benchmarked the county against peer comparators, other counties within the province of Ontario, and looked at you from a financial and organizational perspective, and used that to help us understand how you're performing relative to peers that were good comparators, and use that as a way to triage where there may be opportunities for improvement. And so using all those data points, we came to council back in August with a set of 30 plus areas for improvement, and council at that time understood those and asked us to take those away and work those up in some detail, and that's what we're here to present. But in terms of what we talked about with council at our current state briefing in August, I'll just refresh council on what kind of the 5 key takeaways from that work were, and what kind of guided us in our thinking as to how to work up the improvement opportunities and understand the cost benefit to the county of pursuing those. Is that the county of Renfrew has a focused and achievable position that is driven by its long-term financial plan. You're in good financial shape. You compare well to your peer comparators, and that's a credit to council and administration working together to have a long view of the operations and how you're going to finance those operations of the county. The leadership and culture across the county, the county's administration and council is very strong. It's built on an environment of collaboration and respect, and so we were looking at continuing to foster that level of leadership and that culture in the workup of the opportunities that we did identify from the current state, and that we'll talk about here in a moment. We did note at the current state that there were opportunities for improvement in terms of how the county and the local municipalities communicated with each other, and where they may identify opportunities for continuing discussions on addressing shared challenges or shared opportunities, but also to ensure a better and more effective flow of information between the two levels, because you all have shared interests, and that those are best facilitated by ensuring that there's a timely communication and exchange of information. And then lastly, we did identify that there is an opportunity to further centralize some roles, particularly in procurement and engineering. There was also an opportunity, I think, to rationalize how some of the departments are structured over the long term, to ensure that the organizational structure itself is as efficient as it possibly can be to deliver the scope of services that the county is responsible for, and also to deliver some of the improvement initiatives that we've identified through the course of our study. And so those were the main takeaways, and we worked with staff and looked at the 30 plus improvement opportunities that we did identify. And what I'm pleased to say is that overall, in looking at all the opportunities that we did put on the table for county council at the time of the current state, is that we believe that while there is going to be an investment just under $1 million a year, that mostly through new staffing of key positions and some investment in some IT infrastructure that is necessary, that will yield a return that is almost fourfold what that initial investment is, in terms of enhanced productivity and efficiency within the organization, and also real bottom line dollar cost savings that the county can realize for the benefit of its taxpayers, and look to reinvest those dollars in other higher value activities where there is demand for service from residents. And we did, Lauren, if we can go back just to the previous slide, we did, at the current state, identify a number of opportunities that what we saw as cross-cutting the enterprise, and we structured those in 4 categories, which was around governance and strategy, people and culture, processing, technology, and service delivery. And those are enumerated here. The important piece that I want to emphasize here is that they all generate a positive return for the investment that is required to realize the nature of to realize the opportunities that are inherent in these initiatives. And the other thing I'd like to note is that part of our scope was we did undertake a fairly comprehensive review of the organization, particularly with respect to how it's designed and the staffing mix and levels that it does have. And so, we were able to identify positions that could be retired over time and use that capacity to reprofile that capacity to create new positions that provide better strategic capabilities within the organization to pursue some of these new opportunities, but also to ensure the overall long-term efficiency and sustainability of the organization. And so that investment that investment is about just shy of $500,000 a year, but those are critical. Those investments are critical enablers to the almost or just north of $4 million in potential efficiencies and savings that we've identified in this report. There are also things that we've identified in the report, particularly those elements in people and culture, around succession planning, cross-departmental meeting, pursuing diversity and inclusion policy and plan, and some of the other planning elements that we're looking at in terms of how you conduct your strategic planning process and have that connect to everything that you do as an organization. That while they don't necessarily, require an investment or deliver, tangible, quantifiable benefits, we believe in the grand scheme of things that they position the county to better manage the risks that it faces in the services that it delivers, and will also make for a more efficient and overall effective approach to how you deliver services. And so it's both leading practice and good hygiene, and helps to reinforce the culture of continuous improvement that already exists within the organization. So Lauren, we can go to slide 7 if that's okay. So we did work up these specific opportunities that we brought back to council at the time of the current state, but we did, through our conversations with you and our conversations with your CEOs in your local municipalities, and also exploring things with staff through various workshops, noted that there were a few areas where there was felt to be work that could be done on a collaborative basis between the county and the local municipalities around looking at how you optimize fire services, police services, and waste management services. We didn't delve deeply into those in our review because those, really do require, intermunicipal collaboration in producing the data and really looking at what the nature of those opportunities are in terms of either sharing the service or sharing some elements of those services, or even perhaps looking at, countywide strategies to deliver those services. So we have identified those as part of our report and put them in front of council and senior administration of the county to say that there may be a role for the county to play in convening the local municipalities to look at what the options are around some of these services and how you might collaborate on a go-forward basis, not only to ensure that these services continue to be top quality, but you're doing so in a way that is effective and efficient for the scarce resources that your residents and taxpayers are providing you to deliver those services. Next slide. As I said, a major component of our final report is around looking at the organization and how it's structured and the mix of skills that it does have, and also considering that in the context of the other improvement initiatives and where the county is looking to go from a strategic perspective over the next number of years with its service delivery and the value it creates for its residents. There were a number of recommendations that we're making in terms of how you further optimize the structure of the organization and retire some positions that over time, particularly through the implementation of the SDIP, creates capacity that can be redeployed into creating some new positions that are needed with the organization. And we've laid those out in terms of implementation timeframes as advice to council and to the administration. We've grouped them in terms of kind of a short, medium, and longer term perspective. The short being, over the next 1 to 2 years, changes that can be made, particularly in terms of rationalizing some of the management functions that exist or in some cases don't exist in social services and emergency services. And then there's some improvements that can be made and some alignment of responsibilities and a better use of capacity that is enabled by the fact that people are now co-located at the same headquarters building in finance and administration. And then over the longer term, looking at further rationalizing or optimizing the divisional structure that the county has by creating a corporate services division that would have both finance and HR resident in it, and also can also be the home for IT and strategic procurement and some other core kind of enterprise-wide functions that support the enterprise in its entirety as well. That's in keeping with leading municipal practice and how you want to take advantage of having all those corporate services under one umbrella, and also maintaining appropriate spans of control for the senior management team so that the organization's working effectively. Next slide, Lauren. And so, as I mentioned, there, in our look at the organization, there was an opportunity to rationalize some of the positions and free up that capacity to partially offset some of the costs associated, actually fully offset some of the costs associated with new positions that are required in the organization. Those new positions are around human resources, and particularly supporting the strategic imperatives around human resources and succession planning, work around improving records management, digitizing records, not only for the purposes of being compliant with legislation, but also to make it easier for the organization to retrieve records and provide better customer services, strengthening the ability of the county to communicate and also to advocate on its interests. And there's no shortage of things that the county needs to deal with senior levels of government on. So creating some capacity there. There's also some additional strategic capacity in terms of procurement and making that an enterprise function, and freeing up the time of staff within the divisions by having a core procurement function that makes things, that frees up people's time to do their core business in their divisions, but also provides some capacity to think about, how do we, pursue more collaborative purchasing or purchasing at scale that will deliver, bottom line cost savings for the organization as well. And so, in addition to these new positions being created, at the end of the day, our recommendations actually see a net savings in the salaries and wages that the county pays every year of just north of $150,000. But these changes are also critical, as I said earlier, to enabling a number of the improvement initiatives, and they create certainly huge gains from a productivity perspective of almost in and around $1.3 million in terms of staff time savings that can be redeployed to higher value added work, from process improvements and greater collaboration within the org chart, bringing like functions together in key divisions, and also consolidating some of the capacity that is enabled through the SDIP. Also, there are going to be changes in terms of how social services are delivered that create productivity gains for the county. Again, having a centralized procurement function does free up effort in other areas to focus in on the core responsibilities of the various departments that are affected, and that has a productivity gain. And then just the productivity and time savings from being able to more efficiently find and manage records and deal with customer inquiries and have the data to back up any customer inquiries or applications. That's just south of a $500,000 in annual staff time savings. So the restructuring and the optimization of the organization delivers real productivity benefits for the organization. Next slide. So lastly, the last slide here is just a summary of every improvement initiative that we worked up in some detail. I shared with you a little bit earlier what those mean in terms of cost benefit. So this does set out a roadmap. What I would leave you with, Warden and Council and the senior administration, is, we've identified a lot here. There's obviously a lot to work on, and it's more in the vein of a continuous improvement, because the organization is in good shape, and it is working well, and it's not something that all has to be done overnight. And I know that what do we need to do first and second, and I would really see this as something, our recommendations that are really things that are to be implemented over the next 5 to 7 years versus things that have to be implemented overnight, and they're designed to leave the organization even stronger than it is today for the benefit of residents and taxpayers. So with that, Warden, I'll end my presentation and happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Right. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm going to open it up to Council. Any comments, questions? I'm not seeing one hand up.
No worries.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. There's a lot of food for thought here. It's taken us, quite some time to get to this point. Yeah, we're going to have to take this on a little bite at a time. But, some of the things that I'm looking in the final, your final slide, much of that are issues that we have, already recognized and are working towards. So again, I thank you very much, you and your team. I also want to thank all of County Council as well as our senior leadership team. This has been a group effort from day one. It's fantastic. It's going to give us a roadmap moving forward. And again, thank you very, very much for your time and all of your efforts.
No problem. It's a real pleasure to work with everybody, and we wish you the best of luck in the implementation, and hope everybody stays safe and does get to enjoy some holidays over the next little bit.
Thank you very much. Stay safe as well.
Take care.
So I just want to go back to the Warden's Community Service Awards. Councillor Hunt has offered to present the Charbonneau family with their award personally. So I am going to ask whether Councillor Regier and Councillor Brose would also be willing to do the same for us with the recipients in your area. I think that would be very nice if we can get a photo as well. They're missing that human touch, and while we're sitting here and some of us clapping in silence, we really do want to honor these folks. So if that's possible, I would be appreciate it very much, and we'll get the awards to you in the next week for sure. So we're at 11:15, so we're almost been 2 hours in. I'm going to give everyone a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 5 to 11. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Morrow, correspondence.
Thank you, Warden. All correspondence has been provided to the appropriate committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to committee reports. The first one up is Development and Property Committee. Councillor Sweet, please.
Thank you very much, Warden. And we are members of County Council, I should say. We, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. A number of information items. The first one is the Planning Division Activity Tracker, which can be found on page 12. Item number 2, Association of Municipalities Policy Update, which starts on page 13, and you can see it on page 14 and 15. In particular, there's also some comments in there with regards to broadband and some speaking notes. Local Immigration Partnership Engagement Working Group, we were privileged to have a presentation by that group, very, very informative. And our committee, which you can find on page 4, there's a comment there. Our committee directly staffed to work with the Local Immigration Partnership Group to determine if there's a future role for a member of council. As you recall, I asked a question with regards to employment opportunities with CNL type of deal and where we were going with that. And so it certainly is a challenge going forward. Number 4 is a second survey of effects of COVID on our local businesses. Businesses are being asked to provide ideas for what forms for assistance to the upper tiers going through phase 2. Latest item number 5, latest resident sentimental data travel. You can see the categories down there as we go forward. Item number 6, winter marketing focuses on local and nearby markets. The Ottawa Valley Tourist Association are ever encouraging local and tourism and experiences, activity, etc., etc. Item number 7, Algonquin Trail work. We're continuing to stone dust as much as we can within our budget. And you see where we've been doing some work. Township of Whitewater Region, town of Renfrew, the town of Petawawa to the Paquette Bridge, etc. Item number 8 is a grant application that was made on, or was attempted to be made by the Timberline Snowmobile Club, but due to some challenges with regards to uncertainty with regards to utilization on the trail, the Snowmobile Club decided to withdraw that. But just to give you a little bit of an update, we did redirect some funding towards the stone dusting within the city of Pembroke. Some $32,000 or thereabouts has been put in place, and as we speak, it's currently being put in on the trail from sort of Algonquin College as far east as we can make it go within the budget of the money that was allocated to that. So that's good news. It continues to open up that portion of the trail. Item number 9, we continue to update the purchasing of the Algonquin Trail. This has been a bit of a process going forward, but as you can see, the Warden and Chief Administration Officer are following the 8 legal agreements that will certify and bring those into the county of Renfrew. Item number 10 is a request for delegation of authority for the giving of consents by the Township of Whitewater Region. How much do you want me to go into this, Warden? Do you want me to just open it up or just to read into it as much as possible, or how do you want me to handle that?
Well, I think we can just, I mean, everybody has the report, they've seen it, so we can just, we can do your resolutions and we'll run through it just as we would normally would.
Fair enough. Item number 11 is the resolution for the KMP Recreational Trail logo, resolution number DPCC 20-1173, moved by the chair, second by committee, that County Council approve the KMP Trail logo for the County of Renfrew, one portion of the KMP Recreational Trail. And that logo can be found on page 18, and it is basically trying to bring it into conformity with all of the other trail signs that we have along the trail, both in the KMP and the Algonquin Trail. Item number 12 is resolution number DPCC 2011-74, moved by the chair, second by the committee, that County Council received the attached November 10, 2020 draft official plan amendment and further the draft OP 31B circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to local municipalities, subscribed agencies, including the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, a designated period of time for comments be set out and further that upon completion of this circulation and subsequent review by County Council, an electronic statutory public meeting will be held on the future date yet to be determined. And you have the background there, Warden. I'll just keep going. The addendum to the report is investing in Canada infrastructure program, COVID-19 resilience, resolution number DPCC 2011-79, moved by chair, second by committee, that the County of Renfrew apply to investing in Canada infrastructure program COVID-19 resilience infrastructure stream for the Algonquin Trail as it be deemed an appropriate project for nominations towards such a program. I should give you a bit of an explanation on some of that in terms of the background. The original initiative was to go and utilize that funding to upgrade the council chambers, and that is a priority, as you know. Council chambers and the whole of the county building is under a severe renovation at this point in time. The challenge with this one, when we put it together, the criteria was kind of out, but these programs had to be submitted by the 21st of December, but they were not about to nominate them from the provincial government up to the federal government until later in the spring of 2021, which would in essence put us behind by four, maybe 5 months before we could actually work on the council chambers. The rationale behind that, of course, is you cannot begin the program until the grant is approved, which would put the construction of the council chambers back by that amount. So we had a meeting of the DMP, and it was redirected to the Algonquin Trail is seen as a program that can be put in place and meet the criteria of the actual facility itself, and move forward. And there's another resolution coming back here on number 14. Resolution number DPCC 2011-80, moved by the chair, second by committee, that County Council direct staff to move forward with the design and concept of the necessary physical and technical upgrades for the council chambers. And you can see the background on that, and in fact the actual design you can find on page 57. Bylaws funding agreement to support enterprise Renfrew County and small business and entrepreneurs. Resolution number DPCC 2011-81, moved by chair, second by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a conditional flow through grant
That would not be like that.
agreement.
No, that's not the way it was described to me.
Am I doing?
Mayor Sweet, I'm sorry. I was speaking to the CEO. Can you repeat that, please?
Okay, start on the bylaws again. Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, please.
Thank you. That's so under bylaws, resolution number DPCC 2011-81, moved by chair, second by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into conditional flow through grant agreement, small business enterprise, between the County of Renfrew, Enterprise Renfrew County, and the Business Advisory Centre Durham Inc., Whitby, Ontario, to secure $32,000 of special funding being provided to small business enterprise centres by the province of Ontario and available to to Enterprise Renfrew County. And you have a copy of the background there, all of which is submitted by myself as chair, and somewhere is the committee members, Emon, Hunt, Keller, Lynch, Reinwald, Debbie Robinson, and TJ.
Thank you very much, Chair Sweet. So I'll start beginning of your report. Any questions on item number 1? 2. 3. Oh, Councillor Emo, please.
My apologies, and it's with regards to broadband. I think there's a couple of things I should highlight. Roma put out a document, two documents. One is a roadmap about broadband terms and terminology, and the other is a bit of a definition as well. So I think in combination with the AMO document that you received last month, that is the, I'll call it the library that we'd asked for. I think if you can keep those close at hand when you're considering applications or requests for support or applications for broadband projects, I think that those will be helpful. So we, both organizations have tried to get information that's consumable for councils and their staff. So I'm interested when you get a chance to take a look at those. If you see anything that needs some tweaking, let us know and we'll try and do something with it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Emo. Thank you. Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Warden. I did want to point out that many of us received an email from Roma, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, with respect to that very topic. There is a December 1st webinar that will overview those documents that Councillor Emo spoke about as well. So again, very helpful, and thankful to Roma for pulling those together, and Mayor Love as well. I think that's important as well. And I think we'll have some staff on that webinar as well, so we better understand those documents at the staff level. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Item number 2. Number 3, the local immigration partnership. Councillor Burrows, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. And I'd like to speak to this because I think it is a very important initiative. And seeing that the local immigration group has received 4.5 more years of funding to try and help create more welcoming communities for immigrants. I'd like to point out that I think as we move forward, I certainly think the county could have a role in this. I would certainly be willing to volunteer to be part of it, because I know from some of my own experience having a counselor who is new to our area, relatively new to our area. Interestingly enough, now she's made community connections through things like the Rotary Club and library, etc. But in a conversation with her, she said that not one person, neighbor, or member in the community has ever invited her into their home for whether it's a meal, whether it's coffee, etc. I know with COVID that creates some extra challenges, of course, but I also think that as communities sometimes, and I know it's also a factor with doctor recruitment, new doctors come into the area, but they just don't feel connected or welcomed by the community. So I think we have more work that we need to do, and I would certainly like to, in some small way, have a role in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burrows. And when anyone comes new into our community and they don't have a connection, I think we are a welcoming community, but it's that extra step that we don't seem to be taking all the time that we need to take. So I as well think that this is an incredible opportunity for us to work towards bringing more people into the community and for them to stay with us. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just picking up on the comments of my colleague, Councillor Burrows, I think that this is an incredible initiative. Certainly the county of Renfrew is a fairly static population. It is a low growth, but I know that certainly with respect to the large drivers, which is Garrison, Petawawa, and CNL, that we do have a more broad representation. Certainly looking around at this video screen that's in front of me right now, depending on date of arrival, every one of us here are immigrants. So I think that it's an incredible initiative and is absolutely worthy of our support. And if we can find a role for Councillor Burrows, I think that would be eminently appropriate.
Councillor Murphy, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I couldn't agree with Councillor Rose and Councillor Donahue enough. And I think this sort of feeds into one of the pillars that Chris was just speaking about with inclusion and diversity in our own hiring practices. I had a reporter from the CBC reach out just yesterday regarding, racism in rural Ontario. And I think that's, once again, do we as community leaders have a role to play in ensuring that newcomers are welcomed by the general population? And my answer would be yes. I also would be willing to volunteer on any task force that that is required to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Warden. And I agree with my colleagues. And I also strongly endorse, the county moving forward, providing some kind of councillor support, and would request that the Warden and Mr. Morrow, in their wisdom, include this in the striking bylaw in the upcoming year, if possible. And I would support Councillor Burrow's his membership, and should you need another body, Councillor Murphy as well. I think it's important for us to recognize that, as Councillor Donahue has said, our population growth is virtually stagnant, and we're increasingly our average age is creeping up. And if we want to remain a viable and vibrant community, we should be welcoming other cultures, other residents, other communities to join with us and become a part of our community, not as an ancillary part of the community, but part of the community. To do that, we have to make sure they feel welcome. To do that, we also have to make sure that they have opportunities to enjoy our community, and also to bring their experiences to enrich our community. So I fully endorse this. I think it's about time. I think it meets with our strategic plan. We had this discussion during our strategic planning session, and we were assured that there was a place for it, and we would be pursuing it. And I think this is an excellent first step, and I would hope that we can go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. I just want to provide some clarification and provide some assurance to council that our staff have been engaged in this. In fact, Craig has been and Alistair have been a key player at this table for some time. So, the evolution of it continues. But again, this is not something that has not been on our radar screen. In fact, I do want to thank Craig as being one of the primary authors of some of the documents that have moved forward. So, we will continue to pursue it. I do believe, though, that we have to examine what the role of the elected official is, and determine if the group would like that to happen at Renfrew County. Again, this is cross-border. It would also impact Lanark County as well. So what the direction is such that we would be asking the group whether or not they would like to prepare a letter asking us to have council representation. So we are going to encourage them to do that, but I believe we need to get there for that to happen. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. And yes, the committee did ask staff to engage with the group. So I would like them to have the opportunity to do that and then come back to us with a recommendation in the new year. But certainly share with that group that the enthusiasm the County Council has for assisting in any way possible moving this forward. Any other comments? Item number 3. Seeing none. Item number 4. 5. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. I just wanted to raise here, it was a topic of conversation at the Emergency Operations Center on Monday morning with respect to the various colors of regions across the province. We are thankfully remain green here in the area served by Renfrew County and District Health Unit, which is enormously gratifying. Yet at the same time, there are areas of the province, and I think that those in lockdown may even be off the scale. I'm not sure if they're red. I think they might even be gray at this point. So there was certainly some concern on identifying the vectors by which the spread of COVID may be happening. And I do note in this chart, it is quite fascinating that there is a disconnect between our community's willingness to travel somewhere else versus their willingness to have others travel into our communities. I think it's about a 20-point drop even on the October 27th between those willing to travel and those willing to receive travelers. So I certainly recognize what we have here is the incredible space that is available that allows people to spread themselves out from the higher density areas. But I think it of course, is an important component of our economy and our certainly broader society here in Renfrew County. But given the pandemic, I think it is our messaging should be enormously careful and be sensitive to our status and our very low numbers towards any of those that are considering traveling into the area serviced here by Renfrew County and District.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, for those comments. Again, you know, there's been significant increase in our numbers in the past month. We can't take anything for granted. Any other comments on item number 5? Seeing none. Number 6. 7, the Algonquin Trail work. 8, the Timberline Snowmobile Club. And just so council is aware, the Council of Laurentian Valley a week ago recognized that after years of trying that Laurentian Valley cannot find an alternate route for the snowmobile trail. So it will be opened whenever the county council has the funds. It will be open for snowmobiles in Laurentian Valley. Laurentian Valley is still looking, however, at ATVs down the road, but they'll work on that, I guess, over the winter. Councillor Emo, please.
Warden, thank you for that. And I think, you know, I dare say I'm going to take a chance and take a flyer and speak a little bit for our chair. But over the years, that was our intent when we included that that caveat in the trail development, was that should a community be able to provide an alternative route for portions of the traffic that could be on the trail, then they should be given that opportunity. And you know, it's good to see that Laurentian Valley took the opportunity and made their own decision about it, but recognized the value of having this kind of traffic, all traffic along the trail, or you know, and since they couldn't find an alternative along the trail. So that's good to see. And I recognize that it was a bit of a journey for that community. And we're still waiting on the city of Pembroke to at some point make a decision about an alternative route, not about traffic, because, you know, I think it's fair to say that there is a very interested part of the population that wants to be able to use the trail for all means of transportation and access. And so we're hopeful that they too will soon make a decision, however torturous and difficult it might be for them. But at some point, you know, we're going to have to proceed without them. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, I'm live, I guess. Yeah, I neglected to tell County Council, and while the Timberline has turned down the request for funding to the snowmobile organization, because of a sensitivity around the snowmobile issue going through the city. That is not to say that they will not come back next year or throughout the summer and apply for this again. And hopefully by that time we will have a decision with regards to where snowmobiles are going through the city of Pembroke. As you know, the Algonquin Trail was purchased by the county of Renfrew for all of the residents within the county of Renfrew family as a multi-purpose four-season trail. And if a municipality was not comfortable with them using the Algonquin Trail, then yes, as has been alluded to, it, they have to find an alternative route that at their cost or their expense. But at this point in time, I appreciate Laurentian Valley now going forward and allowing snowmobiles back on. I shouldn't say allowing, I did not find an alternative route. So therefore, all the snowmobiles will have access going through. We continue to work with the city to find a solution to this issue. And as Peter has said, there is a very large portion of the population wants to utilize the Algonquin Trail for this purpose. And so we'll continue to work, and we'll work with the snowmobile club going through. They've been a tremendous partner going forward with the trail. And stay tuned to see what happens next year.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet. Any other comments on the item number 8? Seeing none. Number 9, the Algonquin Trail purchase update. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. 2 questions on this. Has there been an appraised value of this 4th trench? And how many more, what is the status of the transfer of the Ottawa Valley Recreation Trail?
Director Kelly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Warren, through you to Councillor Donahue. So at this point, we have, we just went through budget. I want to think there's about, I think 3 million, and Mr. Foss may remind me, 3 million left on that next tranche. The last piece of the puzzle, so to speak, is from about Petawawa north to Mattawa area to Papineau Cameron. And that is the larger portion going through the Crown land. And this is, if you recall from committee and through to council, we are working with MPP or Minister Yakubuski's office for on a Crown land review and using compiled plans as opposed to individually surveying them. So we can't transfer the property parcels until they have a survey or a reference plan. And that was a difference of $400,000 to survey it all, or a compiled plan desktop review of about $40,000. So that case has been made to the MPP, the minister, and we were waiting for his response. I see Mr. Foss's camera has gone live, and perhaps he could update us on that that tax receipt amount.
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. The original valuation of the Algonquin Trail, the original agreement that we signed with the partners group was, for Renfrew County purposes, was a tax receipt issued to Canadian Pacific Railway Company for a total amount of $55.6 million. In addition to that, there was a cash payment of $360,000. We have made 5 payments or 5 separate for 5 separate transfers of land. The current balance outstanding remaining in the tax receipt owing to CP Rail is $6,092,000. We also owe a final cash payment of $47,411, and that will complete our commitment with respect to the partners agreement signed with CP Rail.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Donahue, just add some additional clarification to your question. The appraisal for the entire rail corridor has been completed. I believe the consultants that did it were Cordalis, I believe is the name of the company. That appraisal that we did some time ago is the basis of what Mr. Foss refers to, and that is the arrangements that legal counsel prepared for us in terms of each tranche as it rolls out. That appraisal that was done in the past is the basis of that formula that Mr. Foss talks to with respect to a cash component and a tax receipt. So we continue to work with the appraisal work that was done and implement the various components of the legal agreement that we have with CP Rail. Thank you.
Councillor Donahue, did you have supplementary?
I did, thank you. Probably through you, Madam Warden, to Mr. Kelly. Is it anticipated? It seems like there is some significant complications with respect to the balance of the lands, but is it anticipated that will be a single final tranche, or is it anticipated that it may still be several transfers?
Through you, Warden. Well, it'd be nice if there's just one more, but not likely. It just depends. We often, our legal team would prefer if we have a number of reference plans or a number of surveys completed, number of property parcels completed before we submit them all. So depending on how how things move forward with the Crown, we may be able to capture some other dangling chads on that. There are still. There's one or two legal challenges still that they're outstanding, and a few other property parcels that we're still waiting for clear title. So it is hopeful, but not likely that we'll be able to do it all in one parcel. It'll be probably a few separate ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Any other comments on item number 9? Seeing none. Number 10, the request for delegation of authority from Whitewater Region. Councillor Regier, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to this. As many of you are aware, Whitewater Region is growing at a rapid rate of about 25 severances each year, and we contribute that to a council whose main focus has been economic development and growth, and a dedicated staff that has just made that all happen. And because of the projected growth and the implementation of our strategic plan, Council committed to hiring our own planner/EDO. And in the spring of 2019, we hired Ivan Burton, who came to us with a strong skill set, knowledge, and a wealth of experience. And we're very fortunate to have him on board. And we are now ready for the next step, which was approaching the county for delegation of authority. And we're not setting a new precedence here. And what we are asking is that Whitewater Region be given the same delegated authority that Renfrew, McNabb, Braeside, and Armfire already has. And just a thought, at this point, we would be willing to even entertain a 2-year trial period that could be brought back in 2023, where we could take a look at the pros and the cons, what's working, what's not working. We would certainly be open to that as well. And finally, I guess what I'm requesting today is, now that the leg and the service delivery reviews are complete, would it be possible to expedite the recommendation of committee that the postponed definitely date of August 2021 be brought back to the Development and Property Committee in February of 2021, so that should we be granted the authority, we would not lose the 6 months of seasonal development. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Regier. What I would ask is if you would like to have this severed from the report as a whole. We would, so I'm looking, if you'd like to do that, just a motion to sever item number 10.
Yes, I would do that. Thank you.
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Murphy. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll continue with the report and then deal with the severed motion. So number 11, resolutions, the KMP Recreational Trail logo. 12, County of Renfrew official plan amendment. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, if I could, Warden, we have Charles Cheeseman in the wings. Perhaps it would be appropriate this time to ask Charles to come forward and give a little bit of an overview of some of the changes that are contained within the OP 31.
Absolutely. I see Charles is there, so Charles, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Warden. Good morning to members of County Council and the staff. And Sean, there's a PowerPoint presentation I would like to take committee or council through. Thank you very much. And Sean, I'll just prompt you when it's ready to go to the next slide. So this is, it's not a long presentation, but it covers the main topics, I think. Official Plan Amendment number 31, which I'll talk about. And this PowerPoint is going to just look at overview of the proposed changes to the approved county OP that was approved in March of 2020. Next slide, please, Sean. Outline, purpose of OPA 31, some background, summary of main changes, summary of other changes. Next slide, please. So the purpose, in a nutshell, is to make changes to the recently approved County of Renfrew official plan to address the unique geography and characteristics of Renfrew County and be consistent with the local context policy framework of the PPS. And these unique geographic and characteristics of our area, we've talked about them already this morning: the slow growth, low density population, large land base, and those types of things. So that's what I had in mind with that information. Next slide, please. Just some dates to refresh County Council on where we've been and where we may be going. April 25th, 2018, the 5-year review was adopted by County Council. That was the update to the OP. We got partial and final approval by MMH. I then did a presentation to County Council earlier in the spring, and I went through the effect of the modifications on our official plan. And that stirred up some concerns with the way this had been approved. So June 4th, we wrote to the ministry requesting a deferral of the OPA, deferral of implementation, to give us time to look at the changes and give people who were doing some pre-consultations to work under the old official plan. We were denied that. However, we were fortunate to have some discussions with Minister Clark of MMAH and Minister Yakubuski, our own local MPP, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, in June and July, expressed our concerns to the ministers. And I think they supported and they understand the concerns that we had. And August 31st, 2020, because we had an updated official plan, we were granted exemption to County of Renfrew official plan amendments for ministerial approval. We no longer needed their approval. So the outcome of the discussions with the minister, combined with this new authority where we don't need to get approval from the ministry for OPAs, has led us to this draft OPA 31, which looks at some changes we want to make to that plan approved on March 26 that are more consistent with Renfrew County values. And before I go further with the PowerPoint, I just had some general comments to lead into the discussion. And as your planning advisor, I understand County Council's concerns and know where your thinking is in some areas. I couldn't recommend we just go back to official plan amendment number 25 as adopted back in 2018, carte blanche. In other words, go back to it totally. There are some areas where we could, but there were some other areas I couldn't recommend. That said, as you folks know, and I know, you are the decision makers. So these are our recommendations. The reason we can't just go back to OPA 25, since then we've had an updated provincial policy statement that's had some changes, minor changes, mind you, but they are some changes. The provincial approval back in March of this year pretty well indicated where the province was coming from in terms of the interests that they want to have expressed in the official plan. As you know, and you've heard me say many, many times, the Planning Act, the law is that we have to be consistent, shall be consistent with the PPS. So there is the law we have to follow. And I have a professional code of conduct to uphold public interest as expressed in legislation. So there's a professional duty and care that I have in making recommendations. That said, the guiding principles behind the changes that we made were recognizing where the county, where we stood, where the province stood, trying to seek that elusive middle ground, looking for some balance and what is the problem we're trying to solve. Those are two criteria that a member of the public mentioned to me some time ago through this process, and I keep raising them again because I think they're worthwhile. And I'm not, in this document, we're not trying to go outside the lines as much as widen the lines, open up the playing field a little bit more for county interests. And that's based on my reading of the PPS, which provides recognizes that we do have a diverse province geographically, Local context is important, and it applies at a range of geographic scales. And I think that certainly is applicable to the county of Renfrew. So what I've tried to do is anchor our county interests in the local context framework of the provincial policy statement. So with that as a bit of an intro, Sean, if you could please go to the next slide. So I'm just going to run down some of these changes. The first two you see on this screen were issues that we raised with the ministry, and our local Ottawa Valley Planners Group has also had concerns with these. The first one is populations and projections. We've deleted reference to these population projections as allocations. They simply return to projections. If you exceed the projection, more power to you. They are no longer allocations that if you had exceeded, you would have to get an official plan amendment. And we thought at our scale of growth for most of the county, this was an unnecessary policy. It certainly is applicable to areas like the GTA, but not our area. The scope and structure, the changes we made to OPA 31 is to revert back to OPA 25. Either the county OP applies or the local OP applies, not both, as was modified by the province. The only exception to that is there are sections of the OP for the urban communities. That's Arnprior, Renfrew, Petawawa, and Deep River, and Laurentian Valley. And those sections just say what type of policy should be in their local plans, and that's it. Next slide, please, Sean. Archaeology, I knew this was an issue as well. What the province wanted to do is that if you meet the test when an archaeological study is required, and one of the main ones is within 300 meters of a water body, you had to do a study. We've gone back to the OPA 25 that the study would only be required if it exceeds the third lot, if it's a plan of subdivision, or it's an industrial commercial development that would disturb more than 1 hectare. So we're trying to raise the bar to trigger those studies. I need to point out, though, to County Council that when we say it exceeds the third lot, that's the third lot under the policies of our official plan, where you're allowed to start with 3 lots off the original holding from 1971. And then after that, certain other policies kick in. So you could have a situation where if you've already had 3 lots off your property and you went for a 4th one, you would have to do an archaeology study. But if it was one of the lots under those first 3, you wouldn't have to. Environmental impact studies. This issue covers a number of natural heritage features, and the issue here was the issue of having to do studies for relatively small scale developments and trying to find some flexibility in the application of this policy. And these natural heritage features that I'll run through quickly, these are features that are part of nature that the province has indicated have important environmental and social values. So the first one is significant wildlife habitat, which is really deer wintering areas. And I know this has been a concern. I've been with the county a long time, and when I started, this was an issue, and I'm still here, and it's still an issue. So what we've proposed in OPA 31, an EIS would be required if the lot exceeds the third lot, like I mentioned under archaeology. It was 5 in the OPA 25, but I'll just speak to that in a moment about why we're doing that, and I think it'll be a nice balance. And an EIS would be required if the development disturbs more than 2 hectares. One of the reasons we can trigger it at 3, maybe then instead of 5, when the province amended or modified the county OP back in March, they made changes to the environmental impact study requirements, which said under certain circumstances, the EIS could be waived. And that would be the development is minor in nature, or it's a small scale of development. So I'm thinking that we can go back to 3 lots. And once that does trigger an EIS for deer yard, if it's the 4th lot and it's not going to have an impact, we wouldn't have to require an EIS. So I was trying to work those 2 policies together. And I'm also going to deal with a little later some mapping changes that we have made since this went to committee earlier in the month, which will have another effect on maybe reducing the requirements for studies, because we're going to make the area of the deer wintering yards a little smaller. Next slide, please, Sean. So these other natural heritage features are fish habitats, significant woodlands, significant valley lands. And again, we've tried to go back to those, raise the bar for the triggers when a study would be required. And for significant valley lands, the province changed the wording to you shall do one, and we've gone back to may, depending on the scale of development. So the the gist of these changes is to try to make this a little more flexible for people with smaller types of development who are impacted by these features. The item 5 is karst. That's limestone. You've heard me talk about this many times. We had proposed to continue to use the County Renfrew protocol, which is, we've had that in place for 10 years, where if there was karst, there goes the alarm. If there was karst, that the proponent would dig some test holes on the property, the building inspector would have a look at it, and we could determine whether we needed to go forward with any studies or if everything was satisfactory. So in OPA 31, we've gone back to the County Renfrew protocol. Next slide, please, Sean. Reserve sewage system capacity. This has been an issue for a long time. All it really deals with is, lot creation. If you create lots, you've got to have reserve sewage system capacity. And our understanding has always been that that includes the land application of hauled sewage at Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks approved sites. It's a practice that's legal. It's been in place for a long time. The provincial policy statement, as far as we can tell, permits that. The province didn't put in the clarification we required regarding this land application piece. We have now put that wording into OPA 31 to make it quite clear that reserve sewage system capacity includes the land application of hauled sewage. Item 7, this was map 3 as a constraint layer. The province added this constraint layer to map 3, and they call it a constraint layer. We have changed it to an information layer. And under item 8, we also removed that sand and gravel constraint layer from the Schedule B. And if, Sean, you can go to the next slide, please. I'll have a series of maps to explain the sand and gravel and the deer wintering areas. So this is just a snapshot from the approved March 26 OP for Round Lake. And you can see off Round Lake Road there, on Round Lake, there's that salmon color with a number of cottage lots or residential lots, waterfront lots. They're in that, that's actually the sand and gravel constraint layer. Next slide, please, Sean. We've removed it. We didn't think that that was an appropriate place to have a constraint layer, given the fact that the area is sterilized with the existing development. Similarly, the next slide, Sean. Town of Petawawa, the road going into the town of Petawawa is the county road, Petawawa Boulevard. For those folks who have all traveled up that road, it is a fully developed residential commercial area with a sand and gravel constraint layer that has no application in that context. So we removed that from the map as well. Next slide, please, Sean. And that's what we've done with OPA 31. We took that constraint layer out for those areas. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the deer wintering areas. This is a busy map, but it is the Schedule B Natural Heritage Feature Map to our existing approved County Renfrew official plan. That area that's showing in yellow are the deer wintering areas. And we had some discussions through our CAO and director about were there ways to change the mapping to peel back that deer wintering area a little bit. So the next slide, please. This is the core data, the data behind that deer wintering area. And the area in yellow are what are called deer yard stratum 1. The purple area is deer wintering stratum 2. So that's the basis of the deer wintering area that I just showed you on the previous map. What we did in the next slide, if you could please, Sean, we removed the deer stratum number 2, which is the sort of peripheral area. We felt that those areas weren't as needed as protection as much as these core areas, the deer yard stratum 1. So we've peeled back the area a little bit. The next question that we raised was, thank you, Sean, what areas of those stratum 1 deer yards are covered by Crown land, which then wouldn't affect private property owners? And you can see we've overlaid Crown land, and in the areas of KHR and down towards the southwest part of the county and the southern part of the county, there's quite a bit of Crown land that's covering that deer wintering area, which is showing that I think it's about 20% of the deer yards on that map are actually on Crown land and not private property. So that gives you an idea that the effect on private property is even a little less. The next slide, Sean. So to just give a bit of an enlargement on how this would work, I've picked Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. And that's what the approved OP would show as the deer yard. It's that stratum 1 in yellow, stratum 2 in purple. And if you overlay in the next slide, the crown land and the removal of the purple area, it's a little bit smaller. The north area is covered by some crown land, and in the southern area, the purple peripheral area is being removed. My last final comment then on these deer yards is what we've tried to do here is the three-pronged approach. We've implemented a trigger mechanism when a study would be required, as opposed to what the province approved. We can make use of that flexible EIS policy where an EIS could be waived depending on the circumstances to add a further layer of flexibility. And we've tried to peel back the deer yard areas a little bit to make it, reduce the footprint of it so it isn't as much of an effect on the land base. And so that's how we dealt with that situation. Next slide, please, John. And that's just the Schedule B that would look like on OPA 31. Again, it's a busy map, but you can see that the amount of yellow area is being reduced a little bit from that map compared to what was approved by the province. Next slide, please, Sean. So I'm just going to cover a couple of other changes we made to OPA 31 that didn't really fall out of discussions with council or ministers, but just things we thought could be added. With respect to secondary dwelling units, we added policies for properties that are greater than 10 hectares and for lands designated agriculture. We added a policy that would not prohibit but discourage development within 1 kilometer of an urban community and village community designations. These are areas that are on full municipal water and sewer, and you want to try to prevent development on private services abutting up against those fully developed services, because when the time goes to expand your community and you've now allowed private services on abutting lands, it's much more difficult and much more expensive to grow your community on full services than if it was left as sort of greenfield development. So that's the thinking behind that policy change. And the last change is an idea we got from one of our planning colleagues at one of the local municipalities. So policies that municipalities could look at, and it would allow small subdivisions to be on a type of access road that's not a public road and not a common element condominium, which are right now the two forms of access that are required under the OP. And it might be something more than a private road. It could be a common access or common shared road where there's some kind of agreement. And the idea is to allow some of these smaller scale developments to proceed with that type of access, making it maybe more possible than would be the case if it was on a public road or a condominium road. There are challenges with this kind of development, but each municipality could decide on their own whether they wanted to use this for their use. I don't have another slide, but I do want to just cover the next steps. The idea, depending on what comes out of this meeting with County Council, we would circulate the draft OPA 31 to local municipalities, the ministry. The ministry is not the approval authority, but they are still a circulated agency, and we would send it to all the prescribed agencies. We would prescribe a commenting period. I know that December is not a lot going on, so that might be the end of January. I don't know what would be suitable, but enough time for people and particularly local municipalities to review the document. We would get the comments back, and I would come back to probably DNP and County Council with an update to you folks as to what we've heard and make any changes that we need to make. And then from that point of view, go forward with a virtual public meeting. We will need a required public meeting to take it to the public. So thank you very much. I know this has been a long process, and I hope that's been informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. So I'll open it up for comments. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just for our own local tiers, Charles, would you mind sharing with our CAOs and clerks just that slide deck to make it a little easier on councils to sort of absorb where we're at?
I will do that, yes.
Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Charles, even though I know there's some cutback on KH&R, and I don't want to bore County Council, but the deer yard situation, is there recourse then I'm a landowner, and I'm going to do a severance because that's where KH&R, that's how we get our development, is through the severance process. So I'm doing my fourth lot over 40 years, and it's designated all yellow as deer yard. What can I do? I haven't seen a deer on that property for 25 years. What can I do as a taxpayer to prove that? I mean, you're saying it's going to be on a case-to-case basis, but I have to convince my council that 90% of KH&R is going to be deer yard consideration. So I really, can you guide me as to what the process would be to counter the county saying, well, you can't do this unless you do a environmental study?
Through you, Warden, to the councillor. First of all, I would just say that as much as the county isn't requiring, I mean, this is something emanating from provincial policy. So what we tried to do was to reduce the size of the deer yard. If you were to challenge that stratum deer wintering area, you'd probably, I would think, and Paul and Craig could correct me if I'm wrong, you may have to do some kind of study to remove it. That's costly. So the other option, if it's a single severance, is we would rely on that flexible policy that's 2.223 that says we could waive a study if the conditions were such that it wasn't a major impact. That to me would be the more suitable approach in that particular case than trying to challenge the designation. And Paul, I see you've come up on screen. You may have another thought.
Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor TJ. Our approach is twofold on this, and you know, I know you saw the map, and that's shocking.
Yeah.
But the important piece of it is the policy description, and you know, I see Councillor Keller here. You know, when we go look at this, and I have some experience with M&R, as you're aware, we are going to go on the site, or we're going to ask the landowner to go on the site, and we're going to look at vegetation type. We're going to look at the topography a little bit. And then we're going to have a conversation with the landowner about, okay, listen, this is what M&R has identified to us as core deer yard. But we're going to have the conversation with the landowner about, are all those conditions truly there? And would a study even be required? So that's the first piece. You know, I had a great conversation with Charles and Craig about this over the last couple of days. And, you know, in my mind, core deer yard and the parameters that make up core deer yard, you know, we can do a very brief and small study or work with the landowner to address some of these concerns, because a number of things have to be in place. The vegetation type, snowfall, and you know, as you're well aware, we're seeing less snowfall in the county of Renfrew, so snow depth is an issue, and we're seeing some of those lots where severances may want to occur where there is an adequate forest cover or browse. So those factors would need to be discussed. That's why the policy gives us the flexibility we need to have with those landowners. So the true piece of this and where the decision is going to come is in the wording of that policy, and it's going to help us address those concerns. Thank you for that, Warden.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrow.
Thank you very much.
Supplementary?
Yes, I understand what you said, Paul and Charles, you know, and you can see my concern. I mean, the township, we appreciate that you took some of that out, the purple, and a lot of it is crown. But as I indicated, the only development that happens in KH&R is done by severances. And I would hope that I know you have to follow the provincial guidelines, and I sat on land division for years, and I know, you know, that's always has to be a consideration, but I hope that you follow through with your promise that it'll be as easy as possible, because you know, studies, when somebody's trying to develop a lot and it costs you $25,000 to get the lot, there's very little profit if you're looking at selling them and those kind of things. So those are concerns that my council has. So I will take you for your word, gentlemen, that you will be open to looking at, you know, why you could allow the severance without the need for a study and moving forward. So you're going to do it on a case by case. And thank you very much, Madam Warden, for allowing me an opportunity to voice my concern about it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And just to Councillor TJ's point, I think, right now we've got Charles and his staff and obviously Paul, who are all common sense staff, and they want the best for Renfrew County. I think that the devil will be in the details of the wording to ensure that your successors also have that less challenging approach to severance and to subdivisions. So I think that this is something that we should all be keeping our eye on for the good of all of the county of Renfrew. But seeing those maps, my goodness, KH&R, I mean, that's just one big deer yard now, which is such a bloody shame. And I agree that $25,000 worth of studies before you put a shovel in the ground, I personally wouldn't be doing it. So just a word of caution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Any other comments? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just picking up on some of those comments and perhaps some of the comments from back in May, and not the intemperate ones, I'll keep them to myself this time around. From a 30,000 foot level, in my estimation, this also seems to bring the concept of planning into some disrepute. I do acknowledge, perhaps I might even say, unlike Councillor Murphy, perhaps it is uncommon sense that we actually have here in Renfrew County. At least it seems that way to me. Those sand and aggregate layers constraints just are head scratchers. They're essentially saying that all that development that's actually there wouldn't exist if this had existed at the time. Likewise, I understand the concept and certainly back and support the notion of endangered species. Perhaps another way of looking at endangered species might be insignificant species. And now we are to, of course, protect significant species. I don't think there's anyone in the county of Renfrew that suggests that deer are now a dime a dozen. The cull that actually happens at deer season has in my estimation, not controlled the population of deer. They are rampant in our community. So I fail to see why that is a particular challenge. Closing that loop seems to be if there's an insignificant or a tiny number of something, we need to protect it. And if there's an incredibly large number of something, we need to protect it. That concept just eludes me. Having said that, I do certainly express that this is threading a needle. So I'm acknowledging the efforts that Mr. Cheeseman has put in. So hopefully we can meet with success with respect to the three, which had been removed completely before. So it would only be the fourth one that would trigger an environmental inspection. I think that is perhaps the consolation prize that we now hold dear is as a goal and an objective. Certainly picking up on Mr. Morrow's comments with respect to going into the land and examining the land and seeing what's there. I'm assuming that probably by now almost everyone that participates in these meetings, everyone that is a county councillor, perhaps all of the, I think, 26 people that may be watching right now as we're streaming, have had some experience, because when one considers valley lands, woodlands, wetlands, highlands, deerlands, I'm not sure what lands I've left out. I expect that there's probably about a square meter in Renfrew County that isn't one of those things. I do know that in a proposed land division issue that I had, I was required to undertake an environmental study. They did not find the species, but they did find the potential, the habitat for the species. Of course, perhaps like many of you, I am forbidden from disclosing that it was ginseng that they actually found the habitat for. Oops, sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. In any event, my overall impression of this is that it shows a decided lack of understanding and knowledge and perhaps even compassion for those of us in the rural and remote parts of Ontario that it is failing to grasp us as part of the ecosystem here, and I mean that both from the natural environment, but also the economic environment that now has become so vital to our built environment. In any event, I hope that was less intemperate than my last comment.
Thank you to Councillor Donahue. It was very eloquent. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. I'm much more pedestrian than Councillor Donahue. So anyway, page 6, Charles, item number 25, and then page 78, item number 26, urban community and village community. I interpreted that to be a good thing, actually, because what I was thinking was it was encouraging development closer to built up areas. And so instead of having one house on an acre, you might end up, because of pipe services, having 3 or 4 on an acre. So more houses, more revenue. Maybe I was being a little too optimistic. But when I look at item number 3.37, and it talks about if I could just genuinely, it says you have to sort of, or development of land use patterns that prevent the efficient expansion of the urban community should be discouraged. And then the other one is something along the lines of expansion of the pipe services has to be efficient or something. I couldn't quite find it. So is this going to be an onerous task to demonstrate this, or is it simply a statement from the urban community saying, yeah, we're welcoming this, or is there going to have to be some kind of a study? And then in terms of the expanding these services under the village community part, 4.3.4 sub 4 village community, efficient expansion of services. I guess my interpretation of that is if a developer approaches the host community that's going to be providing those services and they can form some kind of an agreement to provide the services for a fee, then that's efficient if they can decide to sell the property. So am I wrong in assuming those things? Is this going to be onerous to try and cluster more development around the developed areas with the pipe services?
Mr. Cheeseman, please.
Thank you, Councillor. The point of the policy, and you could take in a municipality that's got a serviced area. I could take an example of Barry's Bay, and there's a limit to where their services grow right now. If you allow a development right on the edge of that in a rural area, that could frustrate future development of the built-up Barry's Bay at a higher density, and to get more development. And so it's not necessarily a prohibitive policy, but it's an alert to the municipality that says, we might get some development in the short term on private services, but in the long term, we'd like to see our community grow there, Barry's Bay, and we're very concerned about the efficient expansion of our town. And so it's like I say, a bit of a flag to the municipality to consider development on the edge of its built-up areas. And it's a good policy as far as promoting appropriate development and appropriate density, but it's also financial viability of your services, particularly if you're going to invest in your water and sewage plant. You want to make sure that you can extend those pipes efficiently in the future. I see Paul's come up again.
Mr. Morrow, please.
Charles did answer or make the point I was going to make about the economies of scale as it relates to development and ensuring that there are an adequate number of development or residences that are connected to water and sewer to make sure that they're paid for. And Charles made that point adequately. Thank you.
Councillor Emo, supplementary?
Sort of. Yes. Thank you. So not being a very clever person, I do understand math a little bit though. So that if I'm selling lots for $43,000, but it costs $80,000, and it's not going to be the proper business case for it. Most of us I shouldn't go too far, but a lot of us in the urban centers have infrastructure in place, right now, where maybe our wastewater facilities and our water facilities are only working at about 50% of the capacity that they were built for. So is it that simple by being able to point to that? I don't want to discourage. I sort of get the idea, but I'm wondering if there's a way of phrasing that a little more positively, because right away, if someone looks at that, they can say, oh, I can't do that. Whereas I don't think that's the intent of those two statements.
Mr. Morrow, please.
I'll jump in here and Charles can, provide additional clarification. But the plan does have in place a significant number of other policies that still permit, rural development. So they are still there. This really speaks to the areas that are on the periphery of a settlement area where water and sewer would exist. We fully expect that those developments in the more urban areas that do not contain water and sewer, that those developments will continue to occur. And we think that they're important for our community. Thank you.
Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you very much. Why the number 1 kilometer? That's a lot. Could it not be a shorter distance? Like, we do have services, but a kilometer is a great distance to ban from develop, I'm wondering where you came up with that number.
Thank you. The 1 kilometer is a number that's been around in a number of documents over the years. And I think it's a distance that's somewhere, it's not too far, it's not 3 or 4 kilometers, but it's not 100 meters. So it was a balance between allowing some development near a built up area, but not so close that it would prevent the efficient and economic expansion. So I think it's a fair distance to work with.
Councillor Keller, I'm sorry, did you have your hand up earlier?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to clarify something. I know I hate to go back to the deer wintering yards, but I heard the comment that the white-tailed deer was considered an endangered species, when in fact that's false. The map layer on Schedule B simply says deer wintering yards. And I'm going to say, when Charles, and you can chip in if you want, but stratum 2 is basically in a winter that's not very severe and the deer are more scattered out. Whereas stratum 1 is when a winter is longer and the deer become more concentrated. And I'm glad that you threw in the Crown Land overlay, because even if you throw that overlay on, Raglan and Lindock and the lower end of Brudenell were affected just as much as Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. But I remain confident that in our wording, once our official plan is done and presented, that we will be allowed development with aid from what you're providing to the municipalities. I feel confident in that, I guess. So,
thank you, Councillor Keller. Councillor Donahue, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I hope that it was not my comments. I was not clear if it was my comments that led Councillor Keller to think that I was suggesting they are at risk. They are absolutely not at risk, nor was that one that just about rolled over the top of my car in my successful hunt last week. My comments are picking up on Councillor Emo's. So it seems a fairly cut and dried situation with respect to development adjacent to built up areas within the same municipality. But of course, the town of Renfrew is bound on all sides by either Admaston, Brumley, or the township of Horton. Likewise, the village of Eganville is largely bound or surrounded by Monashare Valley, but it is, of course, bound by North Algonah Wilberforce as well. So I do wonder if Mr. Cheeseman could provide a little bit more clarity on would the outcome of this, even if not the intent, that it would sterilize development then within Admaston, Brumley, within 1 kilometer of the town of Renfrew.
Again, the policy is intended to, I guess the word discourage is that you would carefully review any development within that 1 kilometer area. And it would be a discussion between the abutting municipality, the serviced area, and the municipality where the proposed development is going to go. And there would have to be a discussion between the two municipalities. And maybe that's a good thing. There could be a coordination of where growth is going to go. And you would just have to, ensure that the interests of your abutting municipality are considered and the municipality that wants to get the growth, what their interests are. So, And this is a lot of provincial policy as well, which is aimed at the viability of services. And we're all in this together at the county in terms of, you know, the taxpayers and municipal services. So I think it's, again, we'll see how this would work out, Councillor Donahue. We'd get some applications in these areas. The municipality, budding municipality, would be circulated, and there might start a discussion. And I think that's what, if that policy does that, that's an important thing.
Supplementary, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Certainly acknowledging Mr. Cheeseman's answer. I would suggest also that it does seem, certainly as Mr. Cheeseman had suggested, the PPS is informing a great deal of the guardrails that have been put up that have certainly narrowed some of the policy options available. But I would say that this may also be seen through that lens of places to grow and growth allocations. And I would be very careful with respect to that. Certainly as the fortunes, if you will, I suppose, of a great deal of my community, at least in the southern parts of my community, are linked with the town of Renfrew. There's no questions, and I think perhaps also some of the vibrancy of the town of Renfrew is also served by the townships of Horton and Admast and Brumley. And I think that it is appropriate and laudable and supportable at all times that there be conversations, just so long as it's recognized that it shall have consideration for, but shall have not veto power over.
Thank you very much for those comments, Councillor Donahue. As the reeve of Laurentian Valley is surrounding the city of Pembroke, this is certainly one issue that I think Laurentian Valley Council is going to want to have some input into when we send it to them, for sure. Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. This 1 kilometer distance does concern me as well, because having a water and wastewater system, I'm very aware with the village of Barry's Bay, there are some areas where that system could be expanded in a financially viable way. But there are some parts on the border of the village where the geography is such that it is not financially viable to expand the system in those directions. So rather than sterilizing a kilometer and saying you can't have development in that kilometer that isn't on the system, I think there needs to be some consultation with the local municipalities. We know our systems, we know where there's an opportunity to expand. We also know where it's just not going to work. So if there's some way to put into this bit of policy that there would be a consultation so that we are expanding and developing those systems in the directions where it is viable to do it, I think I'd really appreciate that. Otherwise, it's going to put a ring around the village of Barry's Bay that in certain parts, it's not a viable situation. So that would be my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Charles, just with respect to Councillor Love's comments, Charles, can you please clarify the wording of the policy and what would be required?
Mr. Cheeseman, please. I see you flipping through your papers.
Thank you. So the one under urban community, which is around the that's the urban community designations. Arm Prior, Renfrew, and the others. It's to promote efficient development, land use patterns which sustain the financial well-being of the municipalities. Development in areas adjacent or close to service settlement areas, generally within 1 kilometer, should be discouraged. Development and land use patterns that would prevent the efficient expansion of an urban community should be discouraged. So there's a couple of some flexible points there. Generally within 1 kilometer, should be discouraged, and if it would prevent the efficient expansion. So perhaps to pick up on Councillor Love's comment, if it's development within that generally 1 kilometer, that is in an area that the community feels that we're never going to put services here, then I think there might be some flexibility in that policy that exists there right now to allow the development to occur. And the similar policy in the village community, which is actually the section that would apply to Barry's Bay. Hopefully that provides
Councillor-
some clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Cheeseman. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. And then that comes back to my point, that there are areas where you could go ahead and develop, you know, as long as the system is there. So I'm left with the uncomfortable feeling of I can't use my zoning bylaw nor my official plan to say, okay, we want Amherst Bromley out by Lisgar to go ahead and develop, and we want Horton out by Whitten Road to go ahead and develop, because I can't impact on their planning decisions, nor can I guide them. So we're left with this system where it seems to make a lot of sense to go ahead and do it, but it's, as Councillor Donoghue very astutely noted, it's sterilized by this policy, as opposed to, it seems to make a lot of sense to go out into those areas, especially just for the sake of argument in Renfrew around Mattaway, you know, because it's a multi-purpose facility. It would make sense to grow the community. If we could add 400 or 500 houses out through, you know, 40 acres out through there, it'd be awesome in terms of supporting that facility, which makes a lot of sense. It's flat land. We could expand the services. I'm not an engineer, but I know water runs uphill and downhill with a bit of pressure and some help. And so anyway, that's the kind of thing that I think this policy discourages. So is there, you know, is there a workaround where I run back to my council, we pass a motion saying, you know, we really encourage our neighbors to do this and we're willing to work with them and make a 10-year window on it, or whatever length of this plan is? And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm genuinely trying to find a solution.
Maybe if I could, Warden, just make a comment on that. If there was an area that was outside, say, the boundaries of Renfrew, that was in a rural designation, if you wanted to put 300 or 400 houses in there, that would constitute the expansion of that settlement area. That would probably require an official plan amendment and a discussion with the town about the extension of services. So you could still do it, but there's got to be a mechanism. And part of the other little piece of this is that the provincial policy suggests that before you go onto the edge of a community, you look for opportunities within so-called intensification. If you've done that exercise and do need to expand to these areas that you just mentioned, that would generate an official plan amendment study that would look at the the financial viability of servicing, how much development could occur, and the impact on the water and sewage plant. So it's I hope it doesn't sterilize development. There's some general language in there that it would start some discussions between municipalities, and it is a county plan, so it is applying. There are some cross-boundary concerns here. So I don't want it to stop development, but I think people should take a look at what's happening and be aware of the consequences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little more reassured.
Councillor Packett, please. Your mic is turned off, sir.
Thank you, Warden. I'm one of the municipalities that is in that very problem with that policy. Everyone knows that we butt up against the town of Arn Prairie. I have developers wanting to build houses right on the boundary road between McNabb Braeside and the town of Arn Prairie. It's whether it's possible. At this point, the town of Arn Prairie is expanding quite rapidly. Not sure whether they would even have the capacity or the desire to provide services into McNabb Braeside area. So that effectively now there's 2-3 different lots, large areas that could hold 450 homes if there was services, but would probably be cut down to maybe 150 homes if we could go on well and septic. So that policy, is the way as it sits now, effectively stalls the growth in the township of McNabb Braeside, which has taken the current council 6 years to get going, and this past year we've enjoyed
the biggest growth in single-family houses that the township has ever seen. And the indicators for the next few years is that it will keep going that way. But if we're going to be restricted by not being allowed to develop close to the town of Renfrew, then that's, it's putting us in a very difficult position, because our growth is mainly residential, the same as a lot of the other rural municipalities. And if we don't have housing, we don't bring in any more taxes. And the way everybody knows, the cost of everything is going sky high. So how is the Township of McNabb Braeside expected to pay for all the increased costs and yet not be allowed to expand a prime area for housing in my township? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Packett. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Warden. I hope I could get talking to you. I've got a lot of construction going on in our office right now, and there's some loud noises. This has been a very, very interesting and useful discussion. And I think perhaps maybe Charles could come back on and tell us what the next steps are, because this is simply a draft at this point in time, and it will go out for comments and consultation and things coming back, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to assure the members of County Council there's been tremendous pushback by the team that met with Jim McDonnell way back in March when they first presented this to us with yourself making presentations, and then with Minister Yakubuski and senior staff and Minister Clark pushed back and gave us a certain amount of flexibility, which has been reflected in here. And one of the reasons that we push back is that what we said is one size does not fit all in terms of the bigger provincial situation. And it's quite clear when I hear the comments that listen clearly to them that a similar type situation is within the county of Renfrew. I look at subdivisions, I've got 300-400 unit subdivisions similar to what Councillor Packett is talking about, with an extension of sewer and water from my sewage plant, etc. And so we've gone from that within the county of Renfrew to Killaloe, Haggard, and Richards, who may have 10, 15 units per year or something of that nature. So the whole mosaic of the county of Renfrew has to be represented as much as we possibly can. And I think we were very pleased that the province recognized that and gave us the flexibility to move forward with this. And I have to say thank you to Charles Cheeseman, who took that flexibility and has tried to work it in as much as possible to what you see in front of us today. I don't think this is the end of this. I think we will receive feedback through the consultation and the open house with this particular situation. And at that point in time, I think we have to we have to address some of these concerns that would be coming forward. I wouldn't call them contentious issues, but certainly we all want to see development, and how can we best do that? And it's, as I say, an interesting discussion that you've had today, Warden, with the many diverse communities that make up the county of Renfrew. So if I could ask Charles if he could maybe explain again what the next steps are going forward after we see this this discussion over.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Again, we're getting the reaction from 17 representatives of municipalities, and all of our councils certainly have to take a look at this. Again, it is in draft form. So Charles, if you want to talk about the process going forward, obviously we are going to be taking this back to our respective municipalities.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Chair. So if County Council gives its blessing at least to this draft, we would then start the formal circulation to the municipalities and to the province and to the agencies, allow for a commenting period, come back with all their comments, work through DMP, and Paul and Craig, it may even be a meeting that's dedicated to the official plan or something like that if it warrants it, and then report to County Council with any changes we need to make, and then we would go to a public meeting, a virtual public meeting sometime. You're probably looking at late winter, early spring, the way that the dates are falling out. But that's the outline. Hope that's satisfactory.
All right, thank you. I believe it is Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I really appreciate all the councillors that have spoken out about this 1 kilometer rule. As everybody knows, Bonashir Valley with the village of Eganville don't have the topography or the money, obviously, to be extending our water and sewer much further than we are right now. I think my concern then with next steps is that, is there a way that we could circulate it to the local tiers so that each council could just have a peek at it and then come back to this table and then with our concerns, because I don't think I'd want that particular bullet point going to the province and them saying, well, you got county council signed off on it, so everybody's good with it.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I did have a side conversation with Mr. Morrow about just that. And I saw Councillor Emo, did you have your hand up as well?
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to Charles and committee as well as council. My apologies, Charles. I've read this a couple of times and I didn't catch this piece, and I should have brought it up at committee. And it's not meant to submarine the process. But again, so my apologies to you for that, for surprising you. And then secondly, to Councillor Murphy's suggestion, that was in my head as well. She took it right from my head. I'm sure she'll love that quote. I would
it's
like
not that hard, Peter.
I would like to see it through. Yeah, exactly. If there's an interim step, and I'm worried that a draft would surface at a critical time in discussions with the province down the road. So if there's a means of getting a 30-day period or whatever for our local councils to take a look at this and get it back, and then maybe there could be some adjustment before there is a draft that goes out to the other agencies. I think I'd be appreciative of it, and I think probably 16 others in the chambers.
I've certainly seen some head nodding and some thumbs up as well. Councillor Bennett, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Ward. A little bit of a sarcastic remark. If this OP goes ahead like it is, I'm going to consider that this is the Jaws movie of County Council for Horton, because with what we got on the table right now, there's only 25% of my village left. Everything, if we give Horton gives a kilometer radius to the town of Renfrew, that's at least half of our border is gone and not under our control if Renfrew decides that they want to take it. So it's very difficult to sit here listening to what put together, because I have the agricultural aspect of it that has already taken 50% and has really changed what Horton can do as far as economic development. And I think that when Tom talked a little while ago, he had it on the nail. Where are we going to go? What are we going to do with our municipality? We're doing it to ourselves by approving an official plan that's taken the control away from my municipality and a lot of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Bennett. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden, through you to County Council. Our goal here was to get this out to the local municipalities for comment. Whether or not Council wants to amend the resolution to direct staff to get it out for comment and bring it back without adopting this particular version, that's fine. But what I do want to point out to Council is that OPA 25, the original version that was prepared and approved by the province, remains in place. So until we get a new official plan in place, our hands are tied with that version that is significantly more rigid than what we have put in front of you today. So, again, our effort, with the direction of Council was to get a revised version, OPA 31, in front of Council so we can continue on the process and get a made in Renfrew County solution. That's what we're endeavoring to do with this particular plan. I absolutely understand council's concerns, but again, we're trying to get a new official plan in place that is far superior, far more flexible than to the one that has been approved and is now in place by the province of Ontario. Thank you, Warden.
Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Mr. Morrow, I guess, likewise had peered into my skull. What I had considered was perhaps that there be a preemptive stage that wasn't mentioned in the resolution per se, but that at this time it only be circulated to the lower tier municipalities pending their review and feedback, at which point then it would pick up on some of those other prescribed agencies, including the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. I am, like Mr. Morrow, very sensitive to the fact that it is an intolerable official plan that we have in place, in vogue, that is guiding all of our planning decisions right now. But I do want to be careful that we move in a very deliberate fashion forward, and I think that it would be very much appropriate. I frankly am prepared. I'll certainly defer to the will of the council at large, but the resolution here was simply identifying that we receive it. We are not accepting it. We are not approving it. We are not adopting it. We are just acknowledging that it was put in front of us and that it be circulated to lower tiers. So what I would suggest, I am prepared to move that the resolution DPCC-20-11-74 be amended, that there be a single stage that would circulate this draft to the lower tier municipalities, pending their review and comments to be provided to the county, at which point perhaps there would even be this is not for the resolution, but perhaps at that point we would have consideration towards a special council meeting. Because I think that what I'm hearing now is council is very much engaged as we are correcting the draconian official plan that was imposed upon us, that we wish to continue to participate in the process.
All right, so you're moving that amendment to the resolution. Do you have a seconder? Councillor TJ. All right, is there any further comments? Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if Councillor Donahue, I don't know if, I think the discussion talked about the word draft. Does that send a signal? Could it be the document, the draft is what's saying, and maybe I'm out to lunch on that. I just wonder if that's the right word to use, but I will second. I think it has to come to us first, have the special meeting or whatever and address it. I know that we're slowing the process down, Paul, but let's do it right when we're doing it so that we don't have problems and then have to come back. I'd like to sooner get this right to the best of the people of Renfrew County. So I will second. I don't know if the word draft is the right one, but I'll be okay with that if that's what Mr. Donahue thinks is proper.
Thank you. Mr. Cheeseman, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I think what you're proposing can work very well. I'm just wondering whether, with all the councillors here, what is a reasonable commenting period, given the fact that December may not be as busy a month? How long do you think your folks would need? 2 months, 45 days, 60 days? And do we have to put it into the resolution? But we would want to put a date when we circulate so that we get them back at a reasonable time and we can move forward.
I'm going to look towards Councillor Donahue since he's making the motion for the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I appreciate that. I wish to speak first to Councillor TJ's comments. I don't think that in receiving a draft, there is in any way that we are staking a position and an acceptance. In my estimation, this is little different than receiving an information item such that we have received, certainly in Councillor Sweet's overall report today. With respect to the timing, I do understand, and there's certainly compelling reasons to move with some alacrity, but in an appropriate fashion. December is a problematic month, as everyone probably would attest. I would think that it could not be less than 45 days, but perhaps 60 days as an appropriate timeline. I'll suggest that anyway to open the conversation.
All right, Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Council and specifically Councilor Donohue's amendment. Warden, if I may read an amended resolution for Council's consideration.
Yes, please.
That County Council received the attached November 10th, 2020 draft official plan amendment OPA 31, and further that the draft OPA 31 be circulated to local municipalities for a designated period of time for comments to be set out, and further that upon completion of this circulation, the recommendations be reviewed by County Council. Period.
Okay, so Councillor Donohue and Councillor TJ, are you content with that amended resolution?
Mr. Morrow has expanded and greatly enhanced what I had suggested. I appreciate that.
Councillor TJ.
Yeah, I'm good with that, but I'm wondering, just through the process, Paul, should those comments not come back to the DNP and then to County Council, or is that just an assumption? Should it not read that it goes back to DNP and then that comes back to County Council? I thought it said you're asking that those comments come directly to County Council.
Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through to Councillor TJ. Councillor TJ is absolutely correct. That was an oversight on my part, and I will have them go back to DNP and then County Council. So I will just include DNP in the wording.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Emo, please.
Yeah, and in terms of timing, I think, January 15th is a Friday, and that would give, for the most councils, I think 3 cycles, 3 meetings, possibly 4 meetings, and that should be adequate time. And then that allows, it allows it to enter into the county's cycle.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Warden. This, if I may, through you, just ask Mr. Cheeseman, the official plan that we're working under right now, does it have wording in it? I know I can read it, I just don't have it. That says that influence area around urban centers is already enacted then?
Through your Warden to Councillor Bennett. No, it's not in there, but I will answer it that way. I will also say that the provincial policy statement has, I don't think it mentions a kilometer, but it does have these types of growth and settlement policies about the growth and development on the edge of a serviced area. Anybody proposing a development would have to be consistent with the PPS. But I've got the message loud and clear on that particular policy, so I'll do some more research, and we can debate it and see what the comments are back from municipalities, and look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to take a vote on the amended motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Sorry, if I might, Madam Warden, I think the vote was on the motion to amend first, perhaps, and then the motion on the amended.
Yeah. I stand corrected. All right, so I have approval of the motion to amend. We're good with that? Okay. All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now I need a vote on the amended motion as read by Mr. Morrow. Do we need to have it read again? No. All right. And I have, do I need a new mover and seconder then? No? I do not believe so. Okay. All right. All in favor of the amended motion? Carried. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 13 in the DNP report, the ICIP funding. 14, the council chambers renovations. 15, the funding agreement. the report as a whole, except for item number 10. Do I have a mover?
So moved. Warden?
Thank you. All in favor of the report as presented? Carried. Thank you very much. It is now 12:43. We are going to take a break until 1:15. We'll come back and deal with item number 10 and then move on to the rest of the committee reports. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you had a good lunch and nice break.
Yeah.
So we're into item number 10 of the DNP report. I'm going to ask for Mr. Moore to explain the process going forward for council and in particular Councillor Regular, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to council. That item is contained in the county council report as an information item. The resolution was postponed indefinitely to August at committee. Council can debate it in terms of having it as an information item and discuss it. However, to reconsider the recommendation, that would need a notice of motion at the committee level in January, and then would need to be debated should the committee determine they wanted to pass by a 2/3 majority the motion to reconsider at the February meeting. So there would be a notice of motion, and then the motion to reconsider, should it be passed, would be reviewed at the February meeting. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. So Councillor Regular, are you content with us moving this along and just waiting for you to do a notice of motion for the Development and Property Committee meeting in January?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, seeing that, Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Warden. Through to Councillor Regular, I would be happy to prepare that notice of motion. So happy to support you on that. I know I did something similar with Councillor Love, and we have a form for notice of motion that we've created since that time, so we can make that available to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much for that. So that concludes the report from Development and Property. We'll move on to the next committee report, Social Services. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To members of County Council, we, our Social Service Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the Rent Cafe and Community Housing. Item number 2 is the Ontario Works caseload stats. Item 3 is a licensed childcare statistical report. Item 4 is the community outreach. Item 5 is the Social Services Relief Fund Phase 2 Service Manager Business Case Approval for Renfrew. This is good news, as we did receive our full business case requirement or allocation, which is excellent news. Item number 6 is the Renfrew Rapid Housing, or not Renfrew, but the Rapid Housing Initiative. And I just wanted to thank staff and Paul, and I guess I would Development and Property as well, for checking to see if we had any shelf-ready projects that we might be able to apply for this funding for. Staff has told me that there was nothing ready that would be able to take advantage of this. Item 7 is the Early Childhood Educator Day 2020, celebrating 20 years. Item number 8 is Ontario invests $550 million to build and upgrade our schools. Item 9 is the COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream. And that's pretty much in determining the potential needs of a co-located childcare center. School boards should consult with their local consolidated municipal service managers and submit the intake form on or before November 18th. So those timelines have already passed. Resolutions. Resolution number SSCC 20-11-53. This is the change of name from Social Services to Community Services. Moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve that the Department of Social Services be renamed Community Services and the Division of Social Housing be renamed Community Housing. The background is there. I know initially there was some discussion about changing the name to Human Services. Committee felt that this might get confusing with Human Resources, so the suggestion was to move to renaming it Community Services. Item number 11 is the Early Childhood Educator Pandemic Pay. Resolution number SSCC 20-11-54, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the Social Services Committee recommends to County Council that in response to the pandemic, the Warden send a letter to the Province of Ontario and Minister of Education with respect to pandemic pay for early childhood educator professionals within the childcare profession. And further, that copies be sent to the Premier, the Honorable Todd Smith, and the Honorable John Yakubuski. The background is there. The thing that I just wanted to point out is that it is time that the essential work be monetarily recognized in order to circumvent a recruitment and retention problem that is threatening our community's economic viability and the provincial vision, that being that there's a real shortage of early childhood educators and that it's very difficult to fill the roles and keep the people in those roles because of disparity in wages between the privately run childcare centers and the early childhood educators that work within the school board. Moving on to bylaws, bylaw number 12, contract negotiations, QP Local 4425, Renfrew County Housing Corporation, resolution number SSCC 20-11-50, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the Social Services Committee recommends to County Council that a bylaw be adopted approving the collective agreement between QP Local 4425 and the Renfrew County Housing Corporation for the period of January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020, which was ratified by the QP Local 4425 membership on September 29th, 2020. The background is attached as well. Item number 13 is the Opiongo Nonprofit Community Residential Development, Inc. transfer to Renfrew County Housing Corporation. Resolution number SSCC-20-11-51, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the Social Services Committee recommends to County Council that a bylaw be passed approving the transfer of assets from the Opiongo Nonprofit Community Residential Development, Inc. to the Renfrew County Housing Corporation, and further that bylaw 107-19 be repealed. The background is there. All of this is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Grills, Love, Regier, Renwald, and Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bose. I'll begin information item number 1. Any comments? 2, Ontario Works caseload statistics. 3, 4, community outreach. 5, the Social Services Relief Fund. 6, the Rapid Housing Initiative. 7, Early Childhood Educator Day. 8, Ontario Invests. 9, the COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream. Under resolutions, number 10, the change of the name from Social Services to Community Services. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I like it. Good job, Social Services Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to confirm with this that Craig can move ahead with the new signage. We're not going to be spending extra monies. Thank you.
The signage was on hold until this is approved today, or not. Any other comments? Seeing none, I guess will be approved and Craig can start ordering the sign. Early childhood educator pandemic pay. Seeing none. Bylaws, number 12, contract negotiations with QP Local 4425. 13, the Opiongo Nonprofit Community Residential Development. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're on to the Health Committee. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 under information is the resident population of both Miramichi Lodge and Bonnechere Manor. Item number 2, as always, is the Champlain Lynn waitlist information. Item number 3, this is an outstanding initiative, is the Community Paramedics for Long-Term Care. As I'm sure by now all of Council is very much aware, a very innovative program that is being rolled out, as I understand, I believe in 4 different paramedic services across the province of Ontario, wherein long-term care is going to be delivered out into the community. I think that once again, under Chief Nolan's very able leadership, our innovative paramedic service here in Renfrew, in the county of Renfrew, is meeting the needs of our rural and remote communities. Item number 4 is the COVID update from emergency services, and you can see that the VTAC service will be continuing. What I do also want to, at this point, this is somewhat late breaking, if you will, the VTAC testing that is done under the auspices of, as the assessment center here in Renfrew County, has migrated now to the Eastern Ontario Regional Laboratory from, as I understand, the Public Health, Ontario Public Health Laboratory, which is anticipated to dramatically improve both the turnaround times, that is from the time the test swabs are taken until such time as the result is known, is anticipated to decline dramatically. Early indications are anywhere from 12 hours to 48 hours. And that is to be borne in mind as well, that this has just been stood up. I will certainly note that the overall VTAC model for the assessment centers itself, it is certainly morphed into an incredible enterprise, providing a great deal of service to our community. But certainly from the assessment center, that was put together in 12 days. And likewise, this migration from the original modeling and the original systems that were put in place for the test turnaround and the posting online, the accessibility of the test results. Likewise, all of those involved in the VTAC, and certainly I will begin with our own paramedic service, but also public health and Dr. Fitzsimon in Arnpire, the Arnpire Family Health Team, and all of those that are involved in VTAC, likewise moved heaven and earth to transfer to this new system, if you will, in an incredibly short, unheard of amount of time. So incredible commendation for that. But I think it is also going, I am already aware anecdotally from several members of my community, both primarily those with children in school and those with loved ones in long-term care, are enormously pleased with the new model, bearing in mind once more that as it is being rolled out, where some of the issues are is in just onboarding the new systems, that sometimes there have been early on some wait lists in just getting through on the telephone, but those will be rectified in short order, and ultimately the overall goal of this, which is to radically reduce the time for the known tests to be returned, will decline and has declined dramatically. Item 5 is the long-term care, once more, the pandemic update for long-term care, several pages of which I will once again acknowledge the prescient leadership of Shelley Sheedy. Ms. Sheedy has at all times been, generally speaking, a front runner. The province now has also moved towards an affirmative attestation of negative test. That is a written document that would require to be furnished attesting to a negative status, as opposed to simply the verbal assurance that a test has been negative. So the province has, as I had indicated, moved into that zone given the tremendous challenge that is once again being visited upon long-term care. So once again, commendation to Ms. Sheedy, who has been in front of the curve throughout. Item 6 is the provincial long-term care staffing study. This has been a long time in the making. I think one of the comments that I saw early enough is we know all of the things that must be accommodated. Now it's time to implement those. And while there certainly is going to be a rollout period, logistically it's understandable that a substantial upstaffing required across the entire sector cannot happen overnight. At least to that journey of 1,000 miles, the first, well, more than the first step, perhaps the first 250 miles, let us say, has now been taken. Item 7 is the butterfly approach implementation model, and certainly those who have been following closely this, and I know certainly past warden Murphy, who saw this in action down at Malton Village in Peel. It is disappointing, of course, that COVID has, likewise here as it has across society, impeded a great deal of what we are trying to do, but it still is moving forward, albeit at a different pace. Item 8 is with respect to long-term care homes and the Canadian Union of Public Employees bargaining. And notwithstanding what is contained in these 2 paragraphs in the report, I am informed just yesterday by Ms. Sheedy that in fact the local at both Miramichi Lodge and at Monashare Manor have now indicated that they would wish to come back to the negotiating table. So that is a breakthrough, and I look forward to some news coming forward on that in the near term. Item 9 is with respect to signing authority at Monashare Manor. Given that there has been some turnover in staff, and to ensure that we are having the appropriate people have signing authority. Item 10 is fundraising, and as noted certainly in the warden's address by Warden Robinson, it was an outstanding initiative. Enormous congratulations to Lainey Bolt Johnson. In fact, I apologize, Lainey Bolt Johnson is no longer Bolt Johnson. I will have to defer to Ms. Sheedy on that. But I think it was an outstanding initiative, and certainly to Lainey and all that were involved in this incredibly innovative fundraiser for both Miramichi and Monashare. I think that if I understood correctly, there was a pretty significant fundraising value raised at this. So as we have all come to recognize, fundraising has now become an integral component to healthcare up and down the sector and across the sector. So thank you for that. Just one other item that is not on here. I know at the Health Committee earlier this month, Kim Saunders was at our meeting. Kim is the new Director of Care for Monashare Manor, having replaced the outgoing Shelley Yantha. So I would invite everyone to join me in welcoming Kim to her role at Monashare Manor, and I see that she has turned her video on. So I would invite, with your indulgence, Madam Warden, if Kim might have a few words.
Absolutely, Kim, please.
Thank you all for inviting me today to introduce myself. I'm really thrilled to be here. It's time is flying by. It's already been over a month, but I'm very pleased to be here, really enjoying the opportunity, and I'm really excited to be in this role for you going forward. So nice to meet you all, and thank you for the opportunity to serve in this role for the county.
Thank you, Kim, and welcome again.
Thank you so much. And Madam Warden, all of this is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members Bennett, Doncaster, Grills, Love, Murphy, Regier, Robinson. And my final comment is I wish to, at this final report from the Health Committee of 2020, a year that will be eminently forgettable, hopefully in the not too distant future, my appreciation for the enormous efforts of staff right across the enterprise of Renfrew County, and certainly your involvement, your tireless, indefatigable involvement in this throughout the leadership, and certainly all of committee who the substantial effort put forward in this very challenging year that made chair being a relatively easy position to hold.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Yes, 2020 has been something else. We'll start at the beginning of the Health Committee report, please. Any questions under information item number 1, the resident population? Number 2, the Champlain Lynn client wait list. 3, the community paramedics for long-term care. It was certainly a privilege. It was a lovely announcement. We were in Renfrew. Being able to finally meet Minister Fulton was, I was very pleased with that. And of course, Minister Yakovuski was there and proudly, spoke to everyone and shook everyone's hand. And it was just a really good afternoon. And when he looked at the faces of the paramedics, they were also very, very proud to be identified by the province as a pilot program, and looking forward to how this is going to support the people on our wait list as well as their family and caregivers. Any other comments? Item number 3. Councillor Brose, please.
Yes, I just wanted to echo your comments, Madam Morden. I think this is certainly a step in the right direction, as it really demonstrates how we can much better care for our elderly, as well as keeping them out of the emergency rooms, which just creates more stress for them in some cases, to the point where they don't even like to visit the emergency rooms. And then there are those seniors that also have transportation issues. So this addresses a lot of those problems by taking the paramedicine program directly to them. I think it's a great step forward, and hopefully the province will continue with this program after the pilot finishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brose. Not to put you on the spot, Chief Nolan, but would you like to add any comments to this?
Thank you, Madam Warden. No, I think at this point there's significant shifting within the system overall, and we're doing everything that we can to keep people at home as long and as safely as possible. So certainly VTAC is one component of that. The frontline paramedics are doing an exceptional job of identifying, not only what the issues are, but where the worries are, and trying to work with the public in any way that we can.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments? Item number 3. Seeing none. Item number 4, the COVID-19 update emergency services. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I fully understood this. All the bills are paid up until the end of August. We're still the goal to receive 100% sustainable funding for this program going forward, not the assessment piece, but VTAC itself. And I just want to make sure I fully understood that properly. And then secondly, I'd like to thank yourself, Warden, and Chief Nolan for attending Roma to make the presentation, and a special thank you and acknowledgement of the efforts of Councillor Love in getting this on the Roma agenda and making sure that everybody fully understood the seriousness of this and also the innovation and the portable applicability to the rest of rural Ontario. So thank you to all of you.
Chief Nolan, would you like to respond to Councillor Emo's comments?
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you to members of council. So correct, we are paid up or settled until the end of August. So those funds have been received at 100% of what we billed out for our activity in VTAC. And thanks to the excellent work of the Warden, the Chair of Health, and all of council, we were also able to secure a standardized funding model from October 1st forward. So really the only gap, if you will, in funding is for the month of September. We have submitted our bill on that. We fully anticipate, as we did previously, that Ontario Health and the Ministry of Health will reimburse us at 100% of those costs. And we have no reason to believe why that would not be the case based upon the experience to date. So our current funding commitment is based upon a standardized model, so not a per swab reimbursement model, but a fixed cost model as a minimum to be able to move forward. So if we end up doing more swabbing than the formula allows, then we would get additional funds because we'd have to provide additional service to be able to meet those demands. But should we fall short in terms of the number of swabs, given the size of our communities and the geographic challenges and all the reasons that the warden had previously articulated that it was necessary to have standardized funding, we've been able to achieve that. So from now until March 31st, we can rely upon that. You can expect me to come back in January and February to say, what are we going to do beyond March, should conditions not otherwise change.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any other comments? Seeing none. Item number 5, the COVID-19 pandemic update for long-term care. Okay. Number 6, provincial long-term care staffing study. 7, the butterfly approach. 8, the long-term care QP bargaining. 9, the signing authority. 10, the fundraising. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just to echo the comments of the chair and yourself earlier in the day, it was a great event. It was a new event, although I have to confess, it was nice to lounge in my sweats and dirty t-shirt and eat the excellent food and drink some wine and enjoy the entertainment. Plus the ongoing dialogue with yourself and CAO Morrow and Councillor Donahue and Ms. Sheedy was entertaining. And I note you made a very wise purchase, and congratulations, Warden.
You're very welcome. I don't ever allow peer pressure to make me do anything that I may regret the next day. Any other comments? Just so everyone knows, it's an inside joke. I am the proud owner of Minister Yakubuski's 2 CDs. I outbid another councillor, and I hope he doesn't hold it against me. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
Madam Warden, he does not hold it against you. He was somewhat taken aback at the speed of which you outbid him, but nonetheless, it seems that you were desirous of the CD set much more than that particular councillor. So moved.
Thank you. Any other further discussion on the report? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Packett, operations, please, sir.
Thank you, Warden. We, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, item 1, the monthly status report is tabled for your information. Item 2, the capital program variance report is also tabled for your information. Item 3, culvert replacements. 3 culverts, one on Stone Road, Murphy Road, and Beachburg Road, exhibiting signs of failure and an advanced state of deterioration. These culverts were replaced and the sites restored as soon as practical. Under resolutions, parking lot request, County Road 62, Cumbermere Road, resolution number OPCC 2011-73, moved by chair, second by committee, that County Council not approve the request from the Township of Madawaska Valley to construct a parking lot adjacent to County Road 62, Cumbermere Road in the community of Cumbermere. The background is there for your information, but I'd like to point out that our committee directed staff to continue discussions with the Township of Madawaska Valley to establish a suitable parking solution for this area and to review whether the location warrants pedestrian crossing signage. Bylaws. Bylaw to regulate the parking of vehicles on or adjacent to county roadways. Resolution number OPCC 2011-74, moved by chair, second by committee. The County Council amend bylaw number 9120 for the regulation of parking along county roads to alter the regulations for parking on County Road 508, Calabogie Road, County Road 511, Lanark Road, and County Road 12, Westmeath Road. Background is there for your information. I also would like to thank my committee over the course of the year for the outstanding work that they brought forward to the county council, and also the staff who accomplished, even in the time of COVID, a great deal of work throughout the county, and were able to complete the projects that were assigned. All of which is respectively submitted by myself as chair, committee members Bennett, Emo, Keller, Lynch, Robinson, and TJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peckett. So we'll begin information item number 1, monthly status report. Any questions? Number 2, the capital program variance report. 3, culvert replacements. 4, the resolution parking lot request for County Road 62. Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'd just like to thank the chair and the committee for considering the request and express my appreciation to the Public Works staff for their willingness to work with Madawaska Valley on other possible solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Perkins, I see. Is there something you wanted to add to the conversation, sir?
No, Madam Warden, but through you, the committee, thank you very much. Just to highlight the culvert repairs, they were all done in-house, by the way. So a significant savings to the county for our staff doing it. So sorry for interrupting.
No. No need to be sorry. It's good to have that information. Thank you. Number 5, bylaws, parking vehicles on county roads. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And last but not least, for committee reports, finance administration. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. If I cut out, can somebody throw something at me and I'll turn my video off? All right, just scream out at me. Members of County Council, we, your Finance and Admin Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Number 1 is the inaugural meeting. At the time of this, of course, no decision had been made. Now we know that it will be a virtual meeting, a little different for our warden, but we'll make it work. I have no doubt. Number 2 is the community messaging vigilance campaign. Don't let your guard down. Number 4 is the treasurer's report as at September 30th. Number 5, again, is the VTAC accounts receivable, which we've already talked about. Number 6 is the cybercrime incident, which was sent to all the local tier municipalities for their consideration. Number 7 is the Eastern Ontario status of bargaining. Number 8, continuity of operations. Resolution FACC-20-11-96, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. Whereas County Council adopted the recommendations contained in the follow-up report on the continuity of operations and service in response to COVID-19, dated September 30th, 2020. And whereas staff have been directed to bring a further analysis of the COVID-19 pandemic and review the potential for the resumption of face-to-face council meetings at the November 2020 meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee and County Council. And whereas the number of COVID-19 cases has continued to increase dramatically in the months of September and October, therefore be it resolved that County Council direct that staff continue to implement the recommendations contained in the follow-up report on the continuity of operations and service in response to COVID-19 dated September 30th, 2020, and further that County Council and committees of County Council for the months of December, January, and February be held electronically, and further that County of Renfrew facilities offices be opened on a limited basis when and where needed for appointments, and further that staff continue to provide services both remotely and through arranged in-person meetings, and further that staff be directed to provide a follow-up to the February 2021 Finance and Administration Committee and County Council. And the background is there, of course. And of course, this was as at October 31st, but as the warden indicated, you know, our numbers are still going up. Number 9, with your indulgence, I'd like to redo this resolution So it is resolution FACC-20-11-98, but to make it a little more cut and dried, the new resolution, I hope this is okay, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve Councillor Doncaster's participation on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Standing Committee and Forums, and further that Councillor Doncaster receive the current remuneration rate at the time of attending these meetings. So I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Morrow wants to weigh in when we get back to this. The background is there.
Yeah, so what we will need to do is we'll need to have a motion to amend.
Okay.
We learned this earlier in the day, right? So we're going to do a
Yes,
motion to amend. If that passes, then we will vote on the amended motion. So just continue on, Chair Murphy, and when we get back to that, that's how we'll proceed.
I'm all over it. Thank you. All right, number 10 is the service delivery review. The business case resolution FACC 20-11-99, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the consolidation of the Human Resources Department and Finance Department as one department known as Corporate Services, as per the service delivery review report. Further, that the approval of a manager of human resources position be placed in group 10 of the salary grid based upon review and utilization of the existing job evaluation tool. And further, that the recruitment process for the manager of human resources position commence immediately. And the background is there. Good thing Craig held off on those signs. He can do them all at once now. Number 11 is signing authority resolution FACC 20-11-100, moved by chair, second by committee. The County Council approved the signing authority for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew Bank of Montreal accounts be updated to remove Bruce Beakley and to add Daniel Burke. Further, that 2 of the following 4 names have signing authority: Debbie Robinson, Paul Morrow, Jeffrey Foss, or Daniel Burke. And the background is there. Provincial delegations for the Roma Conference, resolution FACC 20-11-102, moved by chair, second by committee, that County Council approve the following provincial delegations be requested during the Roma Conference: the Minister of Health for the Virtual Triage Assessment Center, Minister of Infrastructure, COVID-19 Resilience Infrastructure Stream under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program in Ontario. The following topics that have been previously identified as concerns by the County Council will be considered: Algonquin Trails development for economic development opportunity, and the Service Delivery Improvement Project, finding efficiencies in the County of Renfrew. And finally, the Minister of Education compensation during the pandemic for early childhood educators. Number 13, excess vacation carryover. Resolution FACC 20-11-107, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approved that a one-time exception to Human Resources Policy E04, vacation be permitted, granting employees relief from Section 2 and Section 8 of Policy E04, vacation where vacation is accumulated in excess of 1 year carryover, as per Section 2 of Policy E04, as a result of the declared emergency and response to COVID-19. And the background is there. And Camp Lutheran tax exemption request, resolution FACC 20-11-104, moved by chair, seconded by the committee, that County Council support that a request for property tax exemption from Lutheran Camp and Conference Center, also known as Camp Lutheran, for 2 sections of land, specifically roll number 4738-036-035, 15000, 201 Lutheran Drive, Killaloe, and a portion of roll number 4738-036-035, 13900, 909 Zato Road, Killaloe, under Section 4.1 of the Assessment Act, not be approved. And the background is there, and I'll come back to that. Bylaws acting CAO, resolution FACC 20-11-97, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that the revised bylaw to appoint a chief administrative officer and to define the duties thereof, appointing Mr. Jeffrey Foss as acting chief administrative officer for the period January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021 be adopted at this session of County Council. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Hunt, Peckett, Robinson, and Sweet. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. So start at the beginning of your report under information, the inaugural meeting. Any comments? 2, community messaging. 3, council remuneration. 4, the treasurer's report. 5, paramedic service, VTAC. 6, cybercrime incident. 7, Eastern Ontario status of bargaining. Under resolutions, number 8, continuity of operations. 9, Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Councillor Murphy.
So if I may, could I ask for a mover and seconder to amend, to allow the amendment and then to amend this resolution, please?
So are you making the motion?
I will move, yes.
I'm looking for a seconder, please. Councillor Emo. Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Councillor Murphy, your amendment.
And my amendment, if you do, you want me to read it again, or did everybody get the gist? I'm getting.
Let's just read, yeah, let's just, I don't know. Some people are not acknowledging. Could you read it again? It's a quick one.
Sure. Moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve Councillor Doncaster's participation on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Standing Committee and Forums, and further that Councillor Doncaster receive the current remuneration rate at the time of attending these meetings. And I'll move.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Murphy. I need a seconder, please. Councillor Love. Any comments? Councillor Brose, please.
Just for clarification, is there a reason then why we're not saying that he's vice chair? Is Councillor Doncaster actually not the vice chair of the rural forum? Just for clarification.
That's correct. Any other comments? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Item number 10, service delivery review, business case. 11, signing authority. 12, the provincial delegations for the Roma Conference. 13, vacation carryover. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'm going back to my military career. When we were given the extra leave, I was a private. And then when I got to take my leave, I was a warrant officer, so there was a change of pay. So with the extension of the carryover of leave, the remuneration will be at what position they are today?
That's correct. Any other further questions or comments? Number 14, Camp Lutherland. Councillor Murphy, please.
Madam Warden, I would like to move that this be extracted from the report as a whole, please.
Do I have a seconder? All right, thank you, Councillor Regier.
Yeah,
all in favor? Carried.
Thank you for that indulgence.
Number 15, bylaws, acting CAO. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Sheedy for the fantastic work that she's done and the support she's given me over the last, I think, 2.5 years, maybe almost 3 years now as the acting CAO. You know, Shelley's always someone that I could really count on, and she was there through a tornado, a flood, and now a global pandemic. So Shelley, thank you so much for supporting me and providing me guidance over the last couple of years. It's been fantastic. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. And Ms. Sheedy, it's coming from Mr. Morrow, but it's heartfelt by everyone of council. So thank you very much.
As the former
Councillor Emo,
warden.
please.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Councillor Emo.
Okay, thank you. I'll step in front of the former warden. So yes, thank you. I've been very appreciative as everybody, and as Mr. Morrow has noted, you had a flood, you had a tornado, you had a virus, and you had pests, all 17 of us. Thank you for that.
Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yeah, Shelley, thank you so much for all of your support when I was the warden. But let's remember, Paul couldn't make it, and since she was acting, Shelley did get to ride on a military helicopter that landed at the county building and picked us up like we were the president of the United States. So that was fun, and a memory I'll always have with you, Shelley.
Shelley, would you like to speak?
If I could, Madam Warden, just through you to all of County Council. Sorry, I'm on another Zoom call at the same time, just trying to mute it here. Specifically to Mr. Morrow to start with, thank you so much, Paul, for having that confidence in me. It was a great opportunity as someone who has had tunnel vision for the last 20 some odd years in terms of long-term care. It was a great exposure to all of the other departments, the expertise within all of my colleagues. I always knew that was there, but the opportunity to work a little bit closer with them, but also to the current and former chairs of Health Committee, Mayor TJ, Mayor Donahue, Councillor, oh my gosh, I can't see all the people on the screen, Murphy, and of course, Warden Robinson, and all of County Council. Thank you so much for your support. You made it easy. Certainly, it doesn't hold a candle to what Mr. Morrow does day in and day out, but thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much, Shelley, for your comments. And so typical of you to be doing two jobs at once and doing them both excellently. So 2 Zoom meetings at a time, I'm very impressed. So thank you for that. And Jeff, we're looking forward to you taking over the reins from Shelley in January. Congratulations. There he is.
Oh, thank you, Madam Warden, and to all of County Council. I certainly look forward to working with you in somewhat a different relationship, not, as Shelley mentioned, not strictly with the tunnel vision of finance, but with a broader perspective. And thank you to Paul and to all of County Council for the confidence that you placed in me in this upcoming year. And thank you to my colleague Shelley for the excellent work that she has done as well. Somebody who I work closely with on a fairly regular basis, but perhaps a little bit more so given her role over the last couple of years. So thank you to all.
Thank you very much. The report as a whole, except for item number 14 that has been severed. Do I have a mover, please?
Before I move, Madam Warden, I would just like to thank you for entrusting me with this, with chairing this committee. It has been my pleasure. And I want to thank all members of Finance and Admin and all of County Council for all their support this year. It's been great despite what we're going through. I think we've certainly made things work. Not only have we kept the wheels on the bus, but I think that we've moved forward, as you stated in your warden's address. We've really actually accomplished things that, you know, it's quite incredible during this pandemic. And at that, Madam Warden, so moved.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the report? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll go back to item number 14, Camp Lutherland. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would like this to be referred back to Finance and Admin. There are a lot of differing opinions that are going on with this particular tax exemption request. Bonnechere Valley got actually the exact opposite advice that the county of Renfrew was given. And further to that, the camp has done quite a bit of research. So my hope was that we could revert this back to finance and admin in January.
So that would be a motion to reconsider. Is that correct, Mr. Morrow? Or
A motion to refer.
just to refer? All right. So you're moving the motion. Do you have a seconder?
I am moving the motion.
Councillor Regular, you're seconding the motion. Any comments? Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. And I'm not, in fact, I'm supportive of the motion. I'm curious if we'll have access to the disparate recommendations enclosed, I would gather. So if we can get as much information, if there seems to be two different, and I recognize that you can have two lawyers and end up with 7 different opinions, but if we can get all 7 different opinions in a pile, as part of the decision making, it'd be appreciated.
Absolutely. Any other comments? Seeing none. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, bylaws. I need a mover and a seconder that the bylaws listed on item 11 and attached hereto as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated November 25th, 2020 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peckett, seconded by Councillor Hunt. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Notice of motions. Mr. Morrow, please. I caught him off guard.
I was just taking another note, Warden. Thank you through you to County Council. There is a notice of motion with respect to section 66 of the procedural bylaw. Actually, it is 16 and 66. So with respect to section 16 of the procedural bylaw, there is a fairly rigid agenda and schedule for the inaugural meeting. And what it does outline is the process as to when in the process we can have a meeting of the striking committee and appoint the striking committee. In this particular case, given that the warden is claimed and we have a striking committee already formed and in place, the warden would like to have the meeting just prior to the inaugural session. So we would like to amend the procedural bylaw and the agenda therein with respect to the inaugural and the striking committee in advance of that. So Warden, if I may, I'll read the recommendation.
Please.
That section 16S be removed from the agenda for the 2020 inaugural meeting in order to hold the striking committee meeting in advance, and further that this change only occur for the 2020 inaugural meeting. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Love and Councillor TJ. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Murphy, you had a comment.
Did we just get a reminder of who's on striking?
Yes.
Yes. Somebody's going to grab a sheet and
I don't
share it with me. I know it's
sorry. I just thought since we're all here except for Jed, it might not hurt to just shout it out.
If I could find it on here, that would be great. I know it's chaired by Councillor Donahue. Oh, here we are. Debbie Grills, Jennifer Murphy, Kathy Regular, John Runwald, and myself. And the vice chair is Kathy Regular. So I would expect that meeting would be called at probably 8 o'clock on the day of the inaugural meeting. Councillor Murphy, please.
Then could we just send a shout out to Jed just to let him know?
Absolutely. We'll send out a meeting request. You'll have a Zoom meeting request sent out.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to County Council. So Council is aware, we're still obligated to follow our notice of meeting provisions. So they will all go out in advance, and Council and media and others will all be notified of the meeting in advance. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Any members' written motions? So any new business? Councillor Bros, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Not new business. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to the Social Services Committee. The support that I got from the committee and from the senior leadership team was fantastic. Taking on this role was very gratifying and also quite an educational experience for me, and I appreciate all of the support that I got from committee and staff. Just wanted to say thank you.
Councillor Emo.
Thank you, Warden. I'm not sure this so much as new business as business. I'm not sure how to enter into the agenda, but last night I received the leg report for our 7 municipalities, and this may have some implications for the county. And had this been October, I would have asked for the Finance Committee to consider it. But it says there are CVA tax dollars at risk, across the leg municipalities for $3.7 million a year. And there's some suggestion about some kind of a specialist coming in to manage that. So if the leg is losing potentially $3.7 million a year, then I think the county will be losing a portion as well. And that's only across 7 municipalities. So I was wondering if there's a means of entering that into the budget discussions, because it may have, I think the tax policy group would likely be the best place to park it, but I wanted to enter it into the conversation right away to enter into budget but I'm not sure how to do that. I think it probably goes back to you and the chair of finance and the director after your inaugural. So that's my quandary. I only found out about it yesterday morning when I read the report, and I apologize for that, but I just thought it should be something that should be noted.
Mr. Morrow has a comment, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Emo. At this point, we are not in receipt of the leg group report, so we're unaware of any of those comments. My caution at this point is we're getting to the short strokes at the staff level of our budget document. With that said, should there be an issue and us to need to understand something, we would most certainly entertain that. I think at this point, it would be best to get a copy of the leg report, make sure Mr. Foss has a look at it. I understand Mr. Foss most certainly to be an expert in the tax field. He's been at this for some time, and I understand that he also leads that group with respect to the municipal tax folks as well. So I would like to turn that over to Mr. Foss and have him comment with respect, Warden, as to when the best opportunity would be to review that comment and better understand it and the implications. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. As Paul mentioned, I think the step one is really for us to obtain a copy of the leg report so that we can understand the basis for some of the comments or the recommendations that are coming forward. With respect to decisions that are made each year by the tax policy working group, those decisions are made following those decisions of tax policy are essentially how do we distribute the tax burden that is developed by each municipal budget process across the various ratepayers and tax classes. And so we have some tools at our disposal that can help us to reallocate that burden, but it doesn't make that burden go away, or it doesn't adopt new spending authorities by any stretch. So I guess I see that as the process, understanding this leg report and what the implications might be to the county of Renfrew, and then certainly if there are tax policy decisions that have to be made because of it, we would deal with those as a group in early 2021.
Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. I heard the latter part of Peter's comments, but I didn't hear the first part. What part of the taxation is he talking about? I didn't catch that. Could I get an explanation of where he feels this tax loss is? I didn't catch that.
I'm sure Councillor Emo would be pleased to do that.
Thank you. Sorry. Just a brief point in the, and thank you for that, Mr. Foss. I wasn't sure the path forward, and I thought anytime there's a risk to revenue in the larger sense that it's something that I should bring forward. So the comment, Chair Sweet or Councillor Sweet, was the average annual CVA tax dollars at risk 2015 to 2019 across the LEG municipalities was $3.75 million per year. And the recommendation is to hire a specialist to manage those tax appeals. And there are 7 municipalities in the LEG. I just assume at 3.7 million that the county would have a third of that to a quarter of that at risk as well. I thought that was a significant number for 7 municipalities and just extrapolated it across all 17. Was curious about how it would be included, given there's no finance committee meetings, into budget, and thought the tax policy group was probably the best place to land it, and through Mr. Foss. So all I was doing was just raising a flag.
So failure assessment is what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Councillor Hunt, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Warden. To Peter's point, I believe this has to do with the MPAC assessments, and we had our couple of assessments challenged, and it was significant dollars. They hired a consultant, and the consultant dealt with the MPAC, and the taxes were lowered significantly. And I believe in some of the urban centers, people that had Canadian Tires and so on went through this same sort of thing. So that so what the consultants have brought forward is that there's also consultants that we could hire to fight on our behalf, these consultants who are fighting against MPAC, because in one case where we had a challenge, we were assured by MPAC that at most it would be lowered by 50%, and it was in the neighborhood of $1 million, and it ended up to be lowered to 25% of the original value. And so they pointed out the fact that there are consultants available that can come in and help us fight these kind of things, because there are a number of challenges going on throughout Ontario. So I don't really see it being a budget item personally myself for this year, because you bring in a consultant, if you choose to, it would be take a considerable amount of time to challenge them and get it in place. So I don't think it would be have a budget impact for 2021, but it could for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. And also when people are making, particularly the big box stores are appealing their assessment, it's taking sometimes up to 4 years for MPAC to complete that assessment. And certainly for Laurentian Valley, a couple of years ago, you may recall that we had to pay back $350,000. This year, I think it was $140,000. So it's not looking good for us either. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you for that, Warden. You had anticipated, I think, my comments to Councillor Emo. I likewise hadn't caught the first part of your comments. I think I was mesmerized by number 17 on our agenda. The conversation with respect to the LEG group was specific, as the Warden has suggested, to the large box store commercial RFRs and the impact that had on adapting tax rates when you would have substantial challenges on downscaling perhaps some of the commercial taxation. Certainly what I would caution is that even within the LEG group, when the final report was presented from the position of Admaster Brumley, we had put forward that this is really not a large concern in Admaster Brumley, because most of our taxation issues are more related to tax policy and I will trot out my favorite tax policy issue, which is the Farm and Managed Forest Tax Program. So like Councillor Hunt, I'm not sure that this is a particular thing that is as perhaps impactful to the County of Renfrew. I certainly stand to be corrected on that. Just while we are discussing the taxation, though, I think it is worth acknowledging that we have just begun. We have not had a first meeting even on our budget, but we have begun discussing it. It is my understanding, because 2020 was to have been a new assessment year from MPAC, that they would have rolled out the assessment for 2020 that would be 4 years hence before it would be fully implemented. But as I understand, because MPAC has suspended that reevaluation, that there is not a CVA increase likely for 2020, that we are not going to have that as the multiplier with respect to tax rates towards achieving our levy, that it is anticipated to be flat other than new assessment.
All right, well, good conversation, and I think we'll probably be able to move forward. I recognize that item number 17 is attractive to many of you sitting here. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. And I don't know whether I mentioned this at the conclusion of the Development and Property Committee. It has been a long committee meeting, but if I hadn't, I want to say thank you on behalf of our committee group to the members of staff. It helped us work our way through a very, very challenging year with reconstruction, et cetera, and the COVID, et cetera. To our team, thank you so much for a very, very productive and interesting year. I don't know whether I mentioned that or not, but if I haven't, I've mentioned it again. If I have, thank you.
You're very welcome, and you hadn't mentioned it, so I'm glad that you did. Is there any other further new business? Seeing none, I have a motion.
Yes, Madam.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is. Councillor Lynch, please. I'm glad you spoke up. I didn't notice you.
My hand matches my head. On behalf of Chair Peckett, a reminder that on the 2nd of December, our $1.5 million in Madawaska Bridge, we have the bridge opening, just to show you where the money went. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I'll be there. All right, we will. Oh, Councillor Murphy, please.
Sorry, Madam. Everyone is freezing up on me. This is terrible. But Lee, are we going to do a ribbon cutting on 512 to show people where the money went?
No, it wasn't planned for roadworks, just major bridge repairs, I think, at this point. Because we will be cutting ribbons in a lot of places. Thankfully, and again, my thanks to all the crew for getting what they got out this summer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perkins. So we are going to go into close. So I need a mover and a seconder for motion. Be it resolved that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Regier. All in favor? Carried. Sean, if you could just continue the live feed.